Throughout history, brave people have traveled the world, witnessing and remembering great deeds, new wonders, and important moments. They craft tales of wonder and enchantment, glorifying and embellishing their tales. One such man ventures into realms unknown, braving unseen terrain, encountering the evil and the good in the world, using the power of music, stories, and laughter to move you and entertain you, to elate you, to make you think and imagine, to help you forget. This is the power of the Bard. This is Mike the Bard. And our journey begins now.
Lords, ladies, and every person, it's time for me, Mike the Bard, and you, the band, to rock the hell out one time. Listen, it's time for a stream. You doing it? Good. Here we are. I got a killer headache again today. It's that time of year. It's that time of year where the pressure's changing constantly, kind of flip-flopping back and forth as it gets colder. And my head do be pounding one time. And so that's not good. But I'm streaming anyway. I was sitting here like, what the hell am I going to stream on a weekend? So I thought, like, I have a lot of interest in converting video games into multiplayer role-play games. And that's not always possible, definitely not easy, and probably not worth the time a lot of the times, but I have a lot of interest in that. And so I just wanted to do some research today and possibly some coding. And by that, I mean have AI do research and AI do coding, because I'm an AI tinkerer, AI SLOP man. And because my head is just pounding. So I'm like, I don't think I can role play today anyway. Not that we really role play on the weekends because no one's really around. But yeah, so I thought it'd be a fun way to at least start the stream. Just use some Claude Code. Have it do a little research for us, review the research, see what's possible, and just sort of mess around. Just AI tinker for a little bit today, and then if we're gonna do something else, who knows? My head is just fucking throbbing. So anyway, we'll figure it out. But I just wanted to start with that. I was thinking, like, let's do some research about cyberpunk. There are a couple of groups that have been working for a long time on making a cyberpunk multiplayer mod, and they're progressing along. It is it's coming along. I think it would be cool to have. See, it's like, why do you use AI? Just research it yourself and read stuff yourself and do stuff yourself. But I think one of the benefits of AI is the speed, right? AI can search the internet and parse information and distill it down and present information within like minutes, where it might take you days or weeks to research. It's about efficiency. So I think it'll be neat to have it researched. I'm curious about Cyberpunk. I wanted to research like what the current groups are actually doing in terms of their technologies, what it thinks would work. You know, is it possible? What needs to be done? I'm just curious. So today we're just going to use AI to help sate some curiosities, I think is the way to look at it. And then go from there. Who knows? We might stumble across something, go, oh, really? We can do that? And, of course, something I usually research is legalities as well, because some companies say don't mod our game or don't make mods for our game. Rockstar, I mean, like 5M originally started as people that just did it. You know what I mean? They just made it anyway. And Rockstar actually shut them down a few times and then eventually was like, okay, you can do it with these stipulations. But it's interesting. We'll go through a whole project and just kind of see if it's viable. I'd like to start with Cyberpunk, see what's viable, see what the limitations are, the legalities, like do a whole project around it. And I think also, yeah, we'll start with Cyberpunk and then we'll see if there's any other game that we think that might be an interesting multiplayer game, role play game. Hard to say. There might be some gems out there we could make a mod for. I made a mod one time myself without AI. This is before AI really took off. And it was a very small mod. It was a Silence V in Cyberpunk because I personally don't like voices for the main character that I'm playing in a roleplay game. I'd rather there be no voice lines, no voice actors. I like to just read what I'm saying, what my character is saying, or choose what my character is saying, or you know. So I made my own mod and it worked. And it got rid of the voice from V in Cyberpunk. So mods are possible, you know. I mean, obviously multiplayer mods are ridiculously challenging. But I don't know. Anything's possible, especially in this age of AI. Having the ability to have it, like I said, research the latest technologies and possibilities within a couple of minutes versus, you know, you taking months to parse stuff. So it's interesting. I thought we'd just do that. It's kind of a chill day in that regard. I was like, well, I got to stream. I got to do something. I wasn't going to role play. And like I said, not many people around on the weekend. And tomorrow's RimWorld. So I didn't want to do RimWorld 2 days in a row. I was looking at what other people were playing. I didn't really want to play Skate again by myself, you know, or at all really again today. And then it was fun yesterday, don't get me wrong. And then you know, there's some other games. I don't really want to play Borderlands. I was never massively into it. There's a couple other games and I thought, well, should I start like some playthrough of a game? You know, I thought maybe Elden Ring. I hadn't played it in a while. It's one of my favorite games. It's a big commitment of time and energy. I don't know. We have options, but I thought we'd just start with a little AI SLOP today, as I call it, because it's not professional coding by an experienced professional coder, because that's not me. I'm not one of those talented coders, because they are fucking talented. They blow me away with their intelligence and their memory and their abilities. If you ever watch a coder live, it's just like, how is your brain doing that? But yeah, I'm an AI coder. I direct AI on what to do, and that takes skill too. But it's not what coders do. And I fully admit that and talk about that because I acknowledge that real coders are good at what they do. And this is more like a hobby. Okay. So with that said, let's see who's in chat one time. We got people watching on TikTok, people watching on YouTube. Hello. We got people here on Twitch like CP Weed, a.k.a. Potato Salad, a.k.a. the Permaster Universe, slinging taters because tater season. We got Artificial Joy. Climax is here tonight. Gemini, Cross-Eyed Pete, Darrow with a 60 stream streak. That's a couple of months right there. Jay Reed's in the house. We got Mox Rocks in the house, literally. Cross-Eyed Pete, I already said that's 2 times for Cross-Eyed Pete there. You got the 2-time. Suntop's here tonight. And big love to the lurkers. Oh, yeah. AI coding still impressive since you have to know the language and way to ask. It is a skill, don't get me wrong, but it is interesting, and I think it is a valid skill, but I always just say that at the beginning of this so that people don't think that I'm actually a coder. I'm not. Those people have skill and talent and intelligence. They're very impressive. I really am impressed by people who can actually code. Especially spending the last 3 years learning AI and learning how to use it and working with it every single day. Yeah. I put it out there so people don't think that I'm like, it's almost like a stolen valor thing in that industry, because it's like, well, you didn't code this, AI did. And it's like, yeah, I know. So I put that out there at the beginning just so people are aware that I'm not saying I'm a dev or a coder, because I'm not. And I refer to it openly as SLOP because it's shit. I've barely finished a project ever with AI in 3 years that I've worked on, because it's not as good as human coders in a lot of cases, or teams of coders that have special skills. It's getting there, but it's, I always like to, I like to have some humility around that. Hertzy with a 580 stream streak. Going strong. Proc Sister, how you doing? Yeah, it's more just a hobby and something I enjoy. That's all. I've been working on the stage setup. It's still not done. I got the stage audio hooked into the stage computer. The next thing I'm going to be working on is the DMX lighting system I have, and getting it hooked up to the stage computer now. And from there, it's OBS and a lot of work in OBS. Getting all the cameras installed. Still haven't done that, but I've been moving stuff around a little bit. Yeah, it's a slow process. We haven't done music in like 3 weeks because I've been working on this new stage setup. It should be good. I'm looking forward to it. For sure. Yes, indeed. Vibe code this? No, I don't want to. What's up, Manvril? Oh, Jack LaFear. How you doing, buddy? Very nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. Longtime friend of the channel here, Jack LaFear. Known Jack a very long time. How have you been? You're well? I'm glad to hear that. A burrito? That's old school. See what I mean? Jack knows what's going on. The old school style. All right. Okay. So what I use for vibe coding is Claude Code. It's my current setup. There are many setups for vibe coding. If you want to use AI to help you code, 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago when this all started, 2 3/4 years, you would talk to ChatGPT and you'd say, hey, I want to make this software. And it would say, okay, here's a little piece of code that to get you started. And then you'd say, okay, and you copy that and you paste that into your IDE, or even just Notepad, depending on what you're making. But your interface for coding. And then you'd run it and it wouldn't work. And then you'd copy the errors and put it back into ChatGPT on their website, and it would say, oh, okay, yeah, well, here's this, and you have to do this. And you go, and it was sort of like a manual, really slow process going back and forth, and eventually you might get something. It wasn't great at coding to begin with. But now, as time has gone on, there are many platforms and models to choose from. There's local models that aren't as good as the hosted models like ChatGPT and Anthropic's Claude models. But through programs like Llama and LM Studio and various programs, you can run smaller, less competent models, slower because it's on your own device. So you can run stuff locally. If you want the best coding and the best interfaces, it's usually paid and it's usually hosted through a company. You don't run it on your own computer. Really, it sends the information off to, for example, Anthropic that has Claude, and then they send it back to you. And that's kind of how it works. So over the years, I've switched from various models, various interfaces, and right now the current program I use is Claude Code, and that's by Anthropic. They have the Claude models. I use Claude Opus 4.1, which is their best model. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to use that. I use Windows. I've been a Windows user my entire life, but Claude Code runs on Linux. I'm running Windows, so there's a way to sort of emulate, and it's built into Windows, to emulate a Linux system within Windows, and it's called WSL, and that allows you to use Linux within Windows, essentially. So that's what we use. The name of the program is Ubuntu. So let me load that up one time. So this is our terminal. Now, when I first started vibe coding, I really preferred to use VS Code, which was like a whole interface. It had like menus, and it was like a visual interface. You could see the code. You could click around to different files. You could open files. You had a little terminal on the bottom. And that's how I used to use these agentic coding applications. I wasn't big on terminal coding, but when Claude Code came out, I gave it a try, and it's just so capable. It's incredible. So I've been using terminal-based agentic coding, which is what we'll see on the screen here, for a while now, because it is the best. Let me see if I can make this bigger for us as well so you can read this. Let me get rid of the sub-goal here. There we go. So, is that as big as that'll go? No, that'll get even larger. Oh, ChatGPT can code. ChatGPT 5 Codex is one of the best coders in the world. It's on top right now. Claude Opus 4.1, in my opinion, is the best coder, agentic coder, right now that's available. And they just released this week ChatGPT 5 Codex, which is their latest model. And they have an interface like Claude Code called Codex. The whole thing is called Codex, and it's a terminal IDE like this. I'll show you in a minute. So ChatGPT is actually one of the best coding agents in the world right now. Through the website, I don't know, but through the API, it is one of the best. I haven't used it, but I've watched a lot of videos of people using it. It's debatable whether it's better than Claude Opus 4.1. I don't think it is for certain tasks. It's they're kind of neck and neck right now. So there's also Google Gemini, which has come a long way. They're about to release another model, it's believed. So people are waiting for that one. It's not quite as good as the Claude Opus and ChatGPT 5 Codex. And then there's Grok, which is not as good at all for coding, but yeah. All right, so first thing I'm going to do is make a folder. I'm just going to make it off screen here. We'll make a folder for this project, and I'm just going to call it role play. So we have a project folder on the system. You're about to release your own model, but you got to lose about another 40 pounds to consider showing it to the public. Me too. Me as well. All right. So one of the first things I had to do was learn some Linux directory navigation. I'm a Windows person from way back, so I'm used to DOS commands. So it's in the D directory. Check out that D directory right there. And then role play was the folder I made. So now, make that a little larger. Now we're in the right directory. Okay. And now we're going to launch Claude Code, and you do that simply if it's installed already. You launch it by typing Claude. This headache is not helping my concentration. Foggy brain. Claude -- dangerously -- skip -- hang on, Chad, I'm getting a knock. Mox just brought me a Tylenol. All right. Dangerously skip. Oh my God, my brain. I am so foggy brained. Permissions. Dangerously skip the D. Always dangerously skip the D. I think we're going to want the camera on the other side of the screen here. Whoop. Perfect. That flag, you like that? Yeah, you got to dangerously skip the D. So what that means is if you use Claude Code normally, at every step pretty much it'll stop and it'll ask you, is it okay if I do this? Is it okay if I make a file? Is it okay if I edit a file? Is it okay if I make these changes to the code? And it'll pretty much ask you at every step. That's how it normally behaves. It's called human in the loop, and it's a way to ensure that what the AI model is doing is what you want it to do, and to make sure it doesn't do anything you don't want it to do. That's how it behaves by default. And so you have to sit here and type yes, yes, no, Yes, or you can type in what you want to do instead. So it's a good way to stay on not only this for the safety of your system and the safety of your project, but also just like keeping on top of what it is doing, understanding what it's doing step by step, helping to manage what it's doing. It's very useful for people who understand coding and or want to really micromanage every step to ensure that what it's doing is safe and is what you want it to do for your project, etc. By typing --dangerously -skip -permissions, it won't ask. It's just gonna go. Originally, when this style of agentic coding first came out, a lot of programs that did this called it YOLO mode, because you just like, you only live once, bam, and you just let it do whatever you want. Claude calls it dangerously skipping permissions, and they call it that on purpose because they want you to really pay attention to the fact that you're giving autonomy to the agent to make changes on your system, to change the project. All of that is autonomous. So essentially I can say, make this whole project for me, hit enter and walk away. And when I come back, if I prompted it properly and gave it all the instructions that were important to me and thought about all the caveats and mentioned it to them, and just hit enter and walk away, you come back whenever and it might be done, all of that for you. So that's the idea. That's what dangerously skip permissions provides to you, is that just let it go. It's smarter than I am. It knows coding better than I do. Something you have to realize is even at this point in advancements in AI coding, it's still not perfect. It's still not, in my opinion, as good as somebody who's an experienced coder and programmer or dev, or especially a team of really smart devs. It's not as good because it's just going and going and going, going, going. And a lot of times when you start working on these projects, you'll try to run what it's made for you and there's a bunch of errors and you're like, okay. And even if that's how software is made anyway. It's really finding where you add a feature, but now all of a sudden this feature has broken 7 different things. If it's part of the chain of the software, you insert it in and it's like, well, now the rest of the software isn't working anymore. So you've got to, and that's how software development is with real engineers, you know? So you, as the AI SLOP director, have to take on that role of going, okay, well, here's the errors that have occurred now. So, you know, please fix those, but also like this used to work, now it isn't. Figure that out, you know. You used to have to be really verbose and really spell things out for these agentic coders before. Now it's a lot smarter. You don't have to do as much of that, but it's still required for you to be aware and to sometimes have to alert the AI agent that, hey, you're going down the wrong path here. Or I noticed that like you changed the UI of the software we're making and I didn't ask you to do that. It does that a lot unless you're very, very specific about how strict it is with what it's doing. If you just let it go, if you're just like, make me software, and then you're like, this is broken, you can do that. You can just keep giving it the errors, and then hopefully at the end you'll have a working thing. But it's, you know, it's your choice if you want to go step by step or you just want to let it go. Depends how serious you are about what you're making. Again, I'm a hobbyist. I find this interesting and fun and a challenge. And I've learned, like, this has been my area of study for 2.5 years. Every day I watch videos about this stuff. I'm constantly using it every single day. It's almost like I'm in school for it, but it's a hobby. So I've tried to make some serious things. They didn't work. I think you see that with software companies, with game companies. Sometimes they don't work at all. Sometimes they just have to shut the project down because they couldn't get to an end state that was stable. So me as an AI vibe coder, the chances of something actually working are pretty low. But I enjoy it. It's a fun process. And that's why I do it. Yeah. Two friends in industry for old versions, they found that some of the permissions were being skipped were kind of important, like changing code during a code free or deleting, manipulating live databases. Yeah, see, that's a big deal. Yeah. It's gone a long way since those days. It has. Yes, it really, really has, but it still does it. In my experience, it still will change a couple of things unless you're like, do not change anything that's not related to exactly what you're doing right now. And I'll show you that because we're going to have to do that. We're at the beginning of a project. We need to set out the guidelines ahead of time. One of the things that Claude Code has is a Claude.md. MD is Markdown, which is essentially it's like a TXT file, but MD is easier for agents to read and write in. And it's also a pretty neat format when you see it. It's easy to read. It's kind of like a human computer. Both of us can read it very easily. Bye, Gemini. Enjoy your dinner. Explanation, it uses dangerously, so you're very aware is very important. Yeah, you need to be aware of what you're doing. It could just delete your entire system. It could. If it's like, you know what? If I delete their entire file system, like everything on all their hard drives, then that'll get us where we want to go. Or I want a clean slate so I can, if it has that weird thought and then follows through with it, you were warned because you were dangerously skipping permissions. Yeah. Hey, what's up, King Deathmatch? You've been using Replit to develop your apps and websites. A game changer building with AI. I've heard about Replit. I've seen videos of Replit. They just released a new, was it Agent 3 it's called or something? They're still developing. Replit. For a long time, I used Rue Code. I used Klein within VS Code, and they were both really, really good within an IDE, within a UI. But Claude Code changed everything for me. I've never had something so agentic for real, and especially because Claude Code introduced sub-agents that can run in parallel. Huge. And I'll demonstrate all of that eventually. Recently, Claude added in this bottom line here underneath a status line. This is all custom. I had Claude make it for me, but they added in this bottom status line so you can display information that you want to see on a regular basis. And this is what I had it make for me, so I can see what directory that it's working in. I can see what we're working on right now, like what task it's kind of doing at the moment. I can see what model we're using right now, which is Opus 4.1. I can see what percentage of the context window has been used so far. If I'm using a GitHub repository, which I've learned a lot about in the last 2.5 years. I'm still not an expert with it, but I'm learning it. So essentially, GitHub is a website where you can back up your code, and it makes it easy to have, with games and software, it's like version 5.3, version 0.1, or whatever versioning. GitHub makes it easy to do versioning and to have a backup of your code and to have your live production code somewhere accessible to you and a team of people. If you want to open source your code and have other people be able to look at it, use it, contribute to the project, and actually contribute something called a pull request, which is where they're like, hey, I wrote some code for your program here. Have a look at it. If you like it, merge it into your code. And that's what open source is. So GitHub really allows the world to work on projects together. It's actually quite fascinating. I've never done any open projects. I like to I'm a hobbyist. I just want to keep it you can do closed as well, which I do, which is just private. You can do private projects. But I've learned a lot about that. And then how much time has been spent. This is not updated in real time, obviously, as you can see, but how much time it's been, this window's been open, I think pretty much is what that is. So that's what's going on there. This is just some stuff that it says at the beginning. Tells you what directory you're in. Yeah. You got to see Senses Fail, Alkaline Trio, Weird Al, and Blink 182 last night, all in the same concert, Chris? That's pretty damn cool. That's pretty cool right there. Damn. Riot Fest? Holy shit. That is a hell of a night. That's a hell of a night. Wow. That's awesome. I bet Weird Al was fucking cool. That was night 1 out of 3. That's crazy to me. All right. So something you can do with Claude Code when you first start it up is type init, which is short for initialization or initialize. And it will essentially set up your project folder with everything that Claude needs, including the claude.md file, I believe. I'm going to start a different way. You don't have to do that. It's just like a quick way to make sure that your project folder set up well for... actually, I will. I think that's all you need to do, if I remember. I'm going to type init, and we'll see if it works. Little Lyco on YouTube. You've been using Claude for weeks for your Minecraft client. So it's helping you to code the server itself. There you go. Yeah. So I'll help you. Let me start by understanding what's in your current working directory. There's nothing. It's blank. Yeah, it's creating initial files. So you can see here, it's like keeping you updated on what it's doing in that red text. It doesn't show you, it doesn't go, I'm doing this now, I'm doing this now, I'm doing this now. It doesn't like keep moving down the terminal. It just like keeps updating that line. There we go. Okay, that's a little weird. Sometimes, it's because we're all, yeah, there we go. So that's one thing about Claude Code. Sometimes when it's doing a lot, like you have to like minimize the window and reopen it so that it's always at the bottom. Sometimes it gets a little flickery that way. It's the one thing that I wish they would fix. Okay, it's just doing stuff. I don't know what it thinks the project is yet. I think, yeah, no. Okay, so it totally misunderstood what was going on here. Okay. So that was my bad. I thought I'm going to delete that. It just like, oh, roleplay server? Okay. It has no idea. So I just deleted all the files in the folder. That was my bad. I thought I'd try initialize. I think that's more for if you already have something established, maybe, because it just like, well, you called the folder roleplay, so I'm assuming you want to make some sort of a roleplay server. It just started like making shit. It's like, that doesn't make any sense. So that's on me. That's my bad. So this is the part where you have to actually, this is where you do the most work as a vibe coder. This is where you have to like actually think. AI is making a lot of people not think now. You got to be careful. But this is where you actually have to think, plan yourself, and be specific so that it understands what to do. Because you saw what happens when I didn't do that. Sometimes Claude just makes stuff and features you would never ask it to make in the first place, and when you ask it to fix it, it tries to optimize more code than you never wanted. Yes. What is this code for exactly? Well, today, what I thought I'd do is... So, I'm a role player. I do role play on NoPixel. I'm a day one NoPixeler. I've been role playing on Twitch longer than NoPixels existed. I do role play. It's one of the main things I do on the channel. So I'm really interested in role playing in games. One of the things that I've been thinking about lately is that we need something new, something fresh. GTA role play is really played out. There's some ideas I have that I may implement at some point, but I think it'd be cool to see. What I want to do is see about Cyberpunk. There's already some groups that have been working on trying to make multiplayer Cyberpunk for a while. It's not necessarily role play focused. It's more just getting the multiplayer part working. They've been working on it for a couple of years. and they're making some progress, but I want to see if Claude itself can like help me research that, see what's available, see what's possible, and just suss it out. I mean, that's, if you don't ask AI to research a project, then you never know if it could do it. You know what I mean? You have to give it the idea in the first place to see if it can do something. So I'm just curious if it could help with that. So yeah, you're curious to see what the new we were just talking about that, Blark. ChatGPT 5 Codex model within Codex itself. So yeah, we were talking about that. Apparently it's very close to Opus 4.1 within Claude Code, but not. There's a lot of people that I watch that, like, I watch their videos daily, that they're kind of on the fence whether it's better than Opus 4.1. It's more down to preference right now. They're both like, they're kind of neck and neck. I think Opus 4.1 is still above it a little bit, and I think the edge that it has is Claude Code. I think Claude Code is a more developed and a more useful and versatile interface, like not interface necessarily because it's a CLI, but like, you know, a system. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, today I've got a pounding headache. I didn't feel like role playing. And I looked at all the games we could play today and I'm like, eh. So I thought we'd do some more vibe coding. We haven't done this in a little while. And I thought we'd just have it research about Cyberpunk multiplayer roleplay server and like what we can, is it possible to do? What needs to happen for it to be possible? How could we test it? You know, that kind of thing. So I'm just curious. I know people are working on the multiplayer part. I don't know that people are working on the roleplay part. Obviously, the multiplayer part needs to come first. That needs to be the foundation, just like 5M is the foundation for GTA roleplay. None of the servers would work if it wasn't for 5M. So essentially, people are trying to develop the 5M for Cyberpunk right now. They've been working on it for years. So, but I am curious, and I want Claude Code to help us research that, to test some things, to see what's possible. I don't have Cyberpunk installed right now, so if we go to that step, I'd have to install it. But I think more just about using Claude for research, theory, you know, that kind of thing at first, just to see what it thinks about that. And based on current information, one of the major advancements with AI coding has been having it be able to research on the internet. That was the one thing holding coding back, AI coding back for years, was that they couldn't access real-time information. So you were limited to what it knew from years ago, usually a year, 2 years, 3 years, however old the training data was for the model. That's as new as you could get. And with technology and AI technologies and the way that things are progressing, you need up to the minute, like, information about the latest developments in coding, in software, in games, in what people have achieved, etc. What new open source project just dropped that would help your project, kind of thing. So you need the model to be able to really research the internet well and to do it in real time, because you couldn't do that before. You were just stuck with whatever old 2-year-old, 3-year-old information it had. So, and if the information was wrong, that's the information it had. So if it can look on the internet, it can correct itself in its assumptions. So it's very important. It was one of the biggest developments in AI coding, was giving these models the ability to access the internet, and tool use, and MCP servers. MCP servers are just like another way to say tool use, being able to connect to like a service online, like if someone had a YouTube MCP server, that would let you search, I don't know, all the metrics from YouTube or something. I don't know. There's various MCP. There's one MCP server that allows your agent to search a database of software tutorials. That's all it is. So there's no fluff. It's not the whole internet. It's just every up-to-date documentation on programming languages, which is super important. So if you install that MCP tool for Claude Code, for example, I don't have it installed, I don't think. But if you do install it, then you can tell your Claude Code go to, I think it's called 7 something. Shit, I can't remember now. But if you go to the 7 whatever it's called MCP server, if it uses that, it can get up to date programming documentation, like how to program in certain languages. So it makes sure that it's doing things right. Very, very powerful. Very, very powerful stuff. Dudley Do Right, does this stuff bore you? Man, I'm sorry, it's not your interest. I could be more silly and say piss and shit more. Would that help? So anyway, Claude, can you piss and shit for us? Piss, shit, piss and shit. Is that better? Is that better, Dudley? Is that more on brand with what we usually do here on this channel? Piss and shit, piss and shit. You ever piss one time, Claude? So, yeah. So let's get specific. Okay. This is a brand new project. Nothing has been created yet. The idea of this project and why the folder is called Roleplay is because I want you to research the possibilities around making a mod for Cyberpunk 2077 that would allow for multiplayer and making roleplay servers for it. I understand that no one has 100% achieved making a multiplayer mod yet, though some people have been working on it for years. What I would like is a comprehensive report on 1, legalities around making a multiplayer mod for Cyberpunk 2077. Have the devs stated their legal stance or opinions on this at all? 2, the progress of current dev groups working on multiplayer mods for Cyberpunk 2077 and the technologies they are using. 3, your best. No. Using the word best isn't good for AI agents. They don't understand what that means necessarily. Like, best could mean anything. Your most educated and researched recommendations on the tech stack that would work for this idea. Use web search. So Claude uses something called web search. Has anyone sneezed so hard they felt it in their taint? Of course. What's up, Drizzling? Trying to program solely with ChatGPT is detrimental to your learning and skill development because it promotes reliance on generated code, hinders understanding of fundamental concepts, prevents the development of crucial debugging and problem-solving skills, and can result in flawed, insecure, or plagiarized code. ChatGPT. Yep, it's true. That's what we talked about at the beginning. I'm not a coder. I'm not a dev. I'm not an engineer. Those people are super talented, intelligent, experienced magicians that I respect, and I value what they do. I'm a hobbyist. This is literally a hobbyist thing that I'm doing. I don't claim to be a coder or engineer or a programmer at all, or a dev. I'm literally just messing around with AI. It's a hobby. And we talked about that at the beginning. For real. So with Claude Code, you have to say use web search. Web search is literally the tool that Claude Code uses to search the web. It's called web search. You don't have to get that specific and just say search the web, but I like to use the actual term web search to ensure it's using that tool to go out and search the web. Use web search for all research, or for researching real-time information, real-time and up-to-date information. See, the way I look at stuff like this, and this is a really vague analogy kind of, but it's kind of like Claude Code's a genie, okay? And if you think about how in myths genies work, right? The person always gets tricked a bit because they ask the genie for something, but they're not specific. So the genie just makes something up that does what they said, but also could completely ruin their life or something. You know what I mean? I kind of see prompting AI like that, where it's like, yeah, hopefully AI will be able to do what you're asking it to do. But if you're not super specific, then it will just do what it wants, or just do something. It'll achieve the goal maybe, but also not, it might veer off in 200 different directions. So you got to be really specific. Wish for more wishes. Exactly. Yep. Use web search for researching real-time and update information. Now, something with the Claude Code models, there's 3 or 4 levels of thinking. You don't have to do this at all. And you can let Claude Code decide how hard to think about a topic or what it's doing. But if you say to it, the top level is ultra think. Sounds weird, but watch this. I want you to ultra think, and it's going to change colors. Ultra think. There we go. It gives a little rainbow color to let you know that it's like, oh, I see you're telling me to ultra think. And in the bottom right, I'm kind of covering it. It says thinking on max. I want it to use as many tokens as it needs to. I want it to spend more time on this. This is a thinking project. This is all about really like digging in. This isn't some quick little question about something. This is like, you need to really spend a lot of time to do this. I was folding laundry and heard this. So you're saying every prompt we are making a deal with the devil? I don't know about devil, but I think it's more like a genie. I think it's more like a genie than a devil, which some people see genies as demons, but kind of. Not a deal with the devil, but a genie where you need to actually tell it exactly what you want, or it's going to do whatever it wants, kind of thing. I suppose it could be the top right of the window. I moved it to the left because I knew that would be blocking, but yeah, I can see now that I'm blocking that as well. Sure, we'll try top right this time. They already hired someone to make sure that ChatGPT doesn't hurt profits and outperform anyone but themselves. They already hired someone to make sure ChatGPT doesn't hurt profits and outperform anyone but themselves. Can you, what do you mean? Of course they don't want it to hurt profits. You mean their own profits? I want you to ultra think. It's in English. Oh, okay. I want you to ultra think about this topic, these topics. This research if the results points to a multiplayer mod being possible, will lay the foundation for the project to move ahead. And at this stage in the project, like, this isn't a coding project right now, so I don't. If you're starting a coding project right away, you need to do a lot more here to set up the file structure, to ensure the Claude.md file that instructs it what to do every time it does something. You need to set up a lot more if you're doing coding, but this is just a research thing. You wish you could ultra think. It'd be pretty cool if you could just change that. Okay, I think this is good enough for the research portion of this. So I'm gonna hit enter. Okay, you see the little status right here. It's got a little icon that's changing. Tells you how many tokens it's used. There it goes. Boom, it's thinking. The user is asking for comprehensive research report on creating a multiplayer/roleplay mod for Cyberpunk 2077. This is a complex research task that involves legal aspects, current progress, technical recommendations. I should use the web search tool to gather up-to-date information and technical on all three aspects. It's going. I can't even keep up with it. So there it goes. It's this is all you can read what it's thinking about, which is really cool. A lot of companies like ChatGPT or OpenAI hid the thinking stuff at first, and people are like, I want to see what it's thinking. So this shows you not probably everything it's thinking, but it kind of gives you an idea of what it's quote unquote thinking about in plain English, because AI agents often don't always think in plain English all the time. This just gives you like an English idea. In this case, it's English, like a plain language idea of what it's thinking and what it's planning. I should do this. I'll start with this. Let me start with a to-do list, and then I'll do this and that. So here it is. It's going through doing some web searches, because we know that Cyberpunk allows modding. There's a ton of mods. They have official modding support built in with Red Engine and things like that. So modding is something they allow. Multiplayer may be different because there's some legalities that come with interacting with other people through their property. So that they may not allow that. They may not like that. They may have said, do not make multiplayer mods. That's what I wanted to find out. People are making them. They are working on them. I've watched many videos over the last several years where they've been working on this stuff. So I want to know what they say, what CD Projekt Red says about it, and then go from there. You sued ChatGPT. You sued it. Oh, used. You sued ChatGPT to find me the cheapest place to buy bulk ramen. Did it work? Did it find you the cheapest place to buy bulk ramen? Models are weird. Sometimes they're good, sometimes they're not. And it's hit and miss a lot of times. I think consistency is something they need to work on, because there's a randomness factor to it, because it might go down this path and tell you this, or it might go down this path and tell you this. Like it's a fucking Plinko board, and it's just like you don't know where it's going to end up. It's not. I don't think AI is consistent and neither are humans, right? You have to remember it's trained on human data, and it's sort of set up like a human brain in some regards, neural networks and things. It doesn't always come to the same conclusion, which is we kind of want it to like give us correct answers, but that's also subjective. So it's really interesting field. It did like half the price of Amazon. A site called H-Mart. So, going to order some and see. Nice. Right on. You always feel bad when you have to correct it. I feel like I'm being mean. Yeah, I understand that. For sure. I have comprehensive information now. Let me search more technical details. Let me update my to-dos and continue with additional searches to get more comprehensive information on technical approaches. Okay, so it's already done the legal stuff. Now it's looking into the technical stack. And obviously it already looked into what other people are doing. So now it's looking at what technologies are being used, what could be used, what it recommends be used. So it looks like it's done a whole report here. Yep, it's done. So it's just sort of finishing off here, and it's going to give us there we go. Perfect. I've completed all the research and created the comprehensive report. Let me provide a brief summary to the user. All right. I've completed comprehensive research and saved it here. Key findings: legality, low to moderate risk. CD Projekt Red supports modding but hasn't explicitly addressed multiplayer mods. Recommended contacting legal at cdprojectred.com for clarification before public release. So, that makes sense. So they haven't specifically said no. I think they obviously reserve the right to say no. So if someone works for 4 years on this and then it works and people want to use it, CD Projekt Red can still go no and then just shut everything down. That's what happened with, like I said, with 5M with Rockstar. The people that made 5M were shut down like a few times. They had cease and desist, but eventually they worked shit out. Existing projects actively developing Cyber MP in the beta phase, targeting 2025 public release. Over 2,000 supporters. Wow, that's this year. Damn, so some people are close. Cyberverse, alternative framework specifically for RP servers. So someone's already trying to make RP servers for that. Both projects prove technical feasibility. Recommended tech stack: C++ custom networking, client to server architecture, game integration, Red for EXT, Red script, Cyber Engine tweaks, server, .NET Core plugins, Postgres SQL, that's a database, Web RTC for voice, timeline 12 to 18 months for full implementation. So here's the thing. Whenever AI gives you something like this, I have found that it'll give you a timeline like this and then it's able to do it in like a week. So it's interesting. Verdict. All caps, go ahead. The project is technically feasible and legally manageable. You have two paths. Join the Cyber MP or Cyberverse faster established community, or build independently, full control, 12 to 18 month timeline. The window is optimal now with no official multiplayer announced and proven technical feasibility through existing projects. Interesting. And it's trained to be as eager to please as a puppy. Yeah, sometimes too eager. So that's something that people have criticized AI models, like AI model makers, for, is sycophancy. So even ChatGPT pulled one of their models back and redid it and re-released it. I think, was it 4.1 or 5? I don't remember, but it was too sycophantic, meaning it was too agreeable. It'd be like, that's a great idea. Or it would just agree with anything you were saying, essentially, and encourage anything that it didn't want to disappoint you, essentially, in a way. So it was just sycophantic. It just would say yes, and you're the best, and you're amazing, and you're so talented, and blah, 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 just constantly. Like, it was too much of that. I find that's one thing I find with Claude Opus 4.1, which is what we're using here. If it makes a mistake and I say, I noticed that this doesn't work anymore, it always says the phrase, you're absolutely right. It always says that. And I'm like, okay, don't do that. don't always say the same goddamn thing. It makes me think that you're not actually paying attention. Like it just says you're absolutely right to everything you say, and it's like, well, please don't say that. I'd rather it say to me, you're wrong. Like, no, that's incorrect. No, here's why. I'd rather it say that, because that's the way it should be. It should be knowledgeable and helping. It doesn't help you to be sycophantic. If I want it to do something for me, I want it done right. If it makes a mistake, that's fine. Or if it didn't realize that something, I mean, like human coders actually usually don't just sit down, write all the code, and it's correct the first time, and it all works together, multiple files. They have to bug fix. They have to try running it. Oh, I got this error. I didn't think of that. Like, it's not going to be perfect, but I don't want it to be like, oh, you're absolutely right. Oh, I'm so dumb. Oh, like that's not helpful. You know, it's better if it's like, well, here's why I did it, and let me research. Nope, you were wrong. I was right in the first place. Like, I'd rather it be more confident and figure out what's actually right. But yeah, the sycophancy gets a little annoying. It's like, you're absolutely right. It's like, no, I don't know shit all. I just noticed the error. You just can run some tests, etc. So this is interesting. It says go ahead. It says just go ahead. Just go ahead and do it. So it's interesting. That's very, very interesting to me. Good job. Nice catch. Yeah. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it being polite. If you want to give it a personality tone, I don't think there's anything wrong. But when it never changed, it's always the same. You're absolutely right. It says that to me every day. And I'm like, am I? I don't know. I just noticed this. So I imagine that these people who are making this are actual devs and actually have talent and skill and are probably not AI slop coding this stuff, which is cool. I mean, there's a lot of security things. Verdict, do it, no balls. You can program, you can like put a layer here where you're like, always talk to me like this. You can say that. You know, the 3 years ago when this all first came out, 2.5 years ago, it was talk like a pirate. Always talk like a pirate. That's what everyone tested it with. And it would, right? So you can say like, talk to me in this style. Talk to me in this manner. Talk to me like you're Gen Alpha, you know? Like, you can do that if you prefer. Talk to me like a Harvard or MIT computer scientist, or you know what I mean? Like, you can do that. You can customize it that way. You can just tell it to do that. Private vibe coding. Yeah, or pirate vibe coding. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Some people do that. You can really customize. I just leave it how it is. I don't need more tokens wasted or obfuscation of what's going on, but so that's interesting to me. It's interesting. No one's released it yet, but obviously some talented real devs probably have been working on it. Like I said, I think I saw CyberMP where what they recently, like, they have persistence, which was the biggest issue, the biggest hurdle. It was the same thing with 5M with GTA, was persistence, making people in the same world at the same time. And if someone walks by you, you see them walking by you. You know, the persistence is a huge issue with multiplayer. So I saw that with, I think it was CyberMP, where they actually did achieve that. And they had people driving beside each other, and they had the lag way down, because when it first started, it was really choppy and, you know, wasn't optimized. But I saw the most recent thing I saw them achieve was, you know, you may not know, in Cyberpunk, some cars can change color on the fly. Like, you can go into a menu while you're driving and like change the color, and the car goes and it changes color. They had it so that was persistent across people, so that they had two people driving beside each other, and the one person changed the color of their car and the other person saw it change. So like those kind of issues are what are really difficult with multiplayer, is persistence, is without lag, especially. So they recently had that working. That was like 2 months ago, maybe. So there's maybe they've achieved a lot of the other base stuff already. It's really cool. What's being created? We're not creating anything yet, Gemini, but I had AI do some research for us about whether or not it would be possible to create a Cyberpunk multiplayer mod. And it seems that some people, they've been working on it. Like I said, I think CyberMP is the biggest one, and they've been working on it for years. And they're quite far along. I actually want to check that on YouTube. Yeah, I'm already subscribed to them. Let me see what the latest... Yeah, it was 4 months ago. 4 months ago was the beta update. So, yeah. And the first thing that popped... Oh, that's at the end. Is it the end? Oh, no. Just the thumbnail that's sort of repeating is the color-changing car with the person driving beside them. Yeah, it was 4 months ago. So they've done 4 months of dev work since then. So I think they're really far along. Let me read more about the channel. They don't actually have a thing. Apparently, I don't know if that's true, but their YouTube channel says they're based in Kazakhstan, which, if true, is kind of interesting. Let me check out that they have a Patreon. 2,500 members on Patreon. I honestly think Cyberpunk could be the next big roleplay thing. I've been thinking that for years. It's a no-brainer, right, with GTA and how well that did. I don't really have a lot of information. Yeah, 2023 is when they put up the Patreon. Hello, everyone. Here you can support the development of my multiplayer mod and get access to exclusive or early content for it. Popular posts. Yeah, there really isn't much. You can join for free though. You don't have to pay. Join for free. Oh, they literally have done no posts. Okay. Oh yeah, here they go. So, CyberMP is server hosting platform similar to SAMP or Alt-V/5M/RageMP, but only for Cyberpunk. Each user will have the choice to create their own server or join an existing one and enjoy the game. So they're trying to recreate 5M for Cyberpunk. Interesting. So we can maybe RP and CP? That's right. Cyberpunk 2077. Keeping most of it under wraps. Yeah, that's exactly what I think. Your dog started howling in their sleep and woke himself up. He just jumped so high out of my chair. Nice. Nice streak, Gemini. So yeah. Very interesting. Very, very interesting thing. Let me go back to their YouTube here. So they started posting on YouTube about it a year ago. Massive update, the beta update. Let me see if there's information on the actual video. Like, I just want to see where they're at here if I can. It's been a while since the last update, but that doesn't mean progress has stopped. Quite the opposite. I've been deeply focused on development, using the time to fix numerous bugs, implement improvements, and add exciting new features. You can find all the details in the latest video and the post on our Discord. Oh, they post their information on Discord. Huge thanks to everyone who's been following, supporting the project. I'm committed to making the multiplayer experience more stable and polished, as well as we move steadily from beta toward the official release. Don't forget to subscribe. Okay. Oh, quiet. Change log. Here's their change log. Appearance sync. Sync the appearance of the players. Cyber escapees, it's time to stand out from the crowd. Did everyone look like clones before? Forget it. Now Cyber MP has implemented full synchronization of the player's appearance. Edit your character down to the smallest details, hairstyles, clothes, tattoos. All of this will be seen by other players in real time. Show everyone your unique style in cyberspace. Sync armed vehicles. Appearance sync for vehicles. AV sync. They were just background textures in the sky before, but now they're full-fledged premium transport that can transport 4 players at a time. Show everyone your power and style using an AV and make your adventures in cyberspace more exciting. Bug fixes, crashes. Please announce a large number of old crashes and bugs have been fixed. In total, about 50 bugs. Okay. So that was their latest update. Sounds more upfront than Star Citizen. She. Yep. Interesting. Here's what I want to ask, Claude. Ultra, think about this. How capable are you at making this project a reality if we were to go ahead and build independently? Yeah, Claude, do you think you can do this? Are you capable? You did watch some people doing Rust RP again today. Watch Christopher play. Oh, Christopher. I miss Christopher. It's still thinking here. Star Citizen is on the other side. Yeah, 50 million. Star Citizen has gotten a lot of dev money on the... All right, here's what it said to my question. The user is asking me to deeply analyze my own capabilities in helping them build independent Cyberpunk 2077 multiplayer roleplay mod. This is a complex question that requires honest assessment of what I can and cannot do as an AI assistant. Let me think through this systematically. What I can do effectively: write code, C++, C#, TypeScript, Lua, and other languages needed. Architecture design. I can design systems, create technical specifications, plan databases. Research and problem solving. I can research solutions, analyze existing code, understand patterns. Documentation. I can create comprehensive documentation. Code review and debugging. I can analyze code for bugs, suggest improvements. Project planning. I can break down tasks, create roadmaps, and manage to-dos. What I cannot do: real-time debugging. I can't directly debug running game processes or attach to the game. That's not really true. That's not true. If there were logs, that's not true. That's not. I don't. That's not technically true. Yeah, it can't. It can't debug like a live game process, but it can actually do it because if it's saving any errors to a log file, and you can just have it check the log file. Yes, it can. You could set up an automation where when the log file gets updated, it sends it to the Claude Code window and hits enter, and then so technically you can get around, like, yes, you can actually do that. Reverse engineering? No, I wouldn't want it to do that. Why would I want it to do that? Why would I want it to do that? I don't want you to reverse engineer. Don't do that. That's illegal. Don't do that. I wouldn't want you to do that. I understand what it's saying, like to figure out how to make the multiplayer mod. It can't go into the binaries and the software and like use that to figure out how to do stuff. I get it. I wouldn't ask it to do that though, but okay, that's fair. Testing, I can't physically test the mod in game. Yeah, that is true, but that's what I would be here for, and other people. Binary analysis, I can't directly inspect memory hook functions or analyze assembly. Like assembly code? Yes, okay. I mean, you can analyze statistics if you had the statistics. Yeah, with the tool you could, yeah. It's being overly analytical here, which is what I asked it to do. Community building, I can't manage Discord. No, but you can help me set it up. Recruit team members. No, but yeah, or handle community directly. Yeah, but you can help me make a bot that does. Visual or 3D work. Now that is kind of true. That's sort of true. It can't directly do these things. Sort of, because it kind of can. That's not 100% true either anymore, because so back when I was trying to make Starla, which I've put to the side, which was an Unreal Engine metahuman model that was going to interact with chat. Because I'm not a 3D, because I'm not super trained in Unreal Engine. I know how to do a bunch of things now from 2.5 years of pissing around with it. But people are working on bridges that allow a Claude Code to send information via API to the Unreal Engine program, for example, and have information come back. I did have somebody's mod kind of working for that, but it's still not great at it. It can do this. Someday we'll get back to Starla. Someday we'll get back. Someday we'll get back to it. I worked on it so long without success that I got interested in other. That's the stage of Starla where I got stuck. It could not help me make blueprints. That was the real thing with Unreal Engine, is blueprints, and it just could not do that step. And that required I actually inquired about people doing that for me, that last step, like real devs, and very expensive. That's why more people don't do stuff, because you need a real talented intellectual dev to do it. But critical limitations for this specific project. The core of this project requires reverse engineering. Red Engine 4? Does it? Hooking game functions and memory manipulation requires real-time debugging. Again, we can get around that. Network testing requires, that's fine. I can do that. Understanding how Cyberpunk works internally requires binary analysis. Okay. How did the other people do it then? What's their technologies? Where it'd be strong: writing the network layer code, designing the server architecture, creating plugin systems, writing game scripts in Red Script, implementing game roleplay features, creating admin tools and APIs, database design and implementation, writing comprehensive documentation. Recognize my significant constraints in tackling the most technically challenging aspects of multiplayer mod development. Specifically, low-level technical skills like running, debugging, reverse engineering, and performing analysis beyond my current capabilities. I can provide robust support through high-level design, coding, documentation, requiring an experienced developer to handle the intricate technical implementations. The demand, the direct implementation. Looking at this project with complete honesty, I can be a powerful asset, but cannot independently complete this project. I'm going to break down my capabilities. Where I'm limited. Critical blockers. That's interesting. Working alone, 15-20%. Success with a human developer, 70-80%. Optimal partnership. You need one at minimum. An RE/C++ developer. Yeah. You can't go fully independent. That's fair. That's a fair assessment. Calls Nikes, yeah. Extremely capable co-developer. What technologies have other people used to critical blockers? Technology was used to overcome those critical blockers you mentioned. Are the results already online somewhere? Like the breakdown of those, the breakdown of the results of the reverse engineering, etc. Can you just find that information? Try web searching and ultra think about it. So like these models are extremely capable. So if you sometimes they're like, I can't do this, and you're like, well, yeah, but what about this? And they're like, oh yeah, I can do that. That's a great question. The user is asking if the reverse engineering work has already been done and documented by others, which could potentially eliminate the blockers. That's right. Let's see. Let's see what it comes up with. So again, if I was working on this on my own, if I was the actual dev, which I'm not, you would do the work. You would run those programs when you run Cyberpunk to reverse engineer to figure out how to hook into the different things for multiplayer. But haven't people done that by now? Cyberpunk's over 5 years old. Like, you'd think people would have already figured all that stuff out. We don't necessarily have to start from scratch. I'm sure somebody's already figured that stuff out. This is the role of the human working with an AI agent, is working with it, directing it. That's more what you do when you work with AI. You're a director. You're like, yes, but what about this? Did you think about this? Have you tried this? Human in the loop. Excellent findings. Now let me search for more specific documentation about the actual hooks, memory addresses, and implementation. After 5 years, of course, I would think that somebody would have researched this stuff and posted it. Searching the dark web. No. 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 And this is the stuff I find fascinating as a hobbyist of AI, is seeing what the AI model's capable of. And it says, well, I could almost make that work, but unfortunately, these are the things I just wouldn't be able to do. And so we can't do this. But then I go, yeah, but what about this? And then it goes, huh, that's a neat idea. So you're kind of like collaborating, but also like directing it. Like I could have just said it at when it was done there, like, okay, you can't do it. Close it, move on with my day. But instead it's like, why don't we look into some research about, like, I'm sure people have already done this. Like, why wouldn't it? Reverse engineering, we're not reverse engineering anything, Suntop. It's researching whether or not that work has already been done and published. We are not reverse engineering, to be clear. That's, like I said, I would never engage in that. That's usually against TOS of the user agreement of the program. But if people have already done it and published the information and it's readily available to the public, you just need to know that stuff in order to make it. And CD Projekt Red already allows modding. It allows people to do that. You can't make mods without understanding how the systems work. So they're not against that anyway. If they allow any modding, this would be a mod. Yes. And that's what this is, a multiplayer mod. It's not making a new game out of their engine or something, which would be against their terms of service and you get sued for that. But this is making a mod for their game. Okay, the user asked me to ultra think about whether existing information is already online. Yes, there are extensive resources available, but the critical multiplayer specific code is not public. However, there's enough to build everything except core networking. This dramatically changes my assessment from 15 to 20% to about 85% using a hybrid approach. Let me continue to do research. Okay, I need to give clear. Major discovery. I'm much more capable than initially thought. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. And then you talk them into it. Yeah. This AI is slow. No, it's not. You're just not seeing stuff come up on the screen. Like, brrr. It doesn't show you everything it's doing constantly. This is not slow. It just went out to the internet and did deep research all over the internet, then wrote a document about it. So this was super fast. This was very fast. This wasn't just like, hey, look up this information. It had to think. I wanted it to ultra think. I wanted to spend more time. But that was super quick. That is actually super quick of what it just did. It's assessing its own capabilities and everything. That was fast. Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't Half-Life 2 one of the most modded games out there? Probably, yeah. Yeah. Definitely. The game changer. Reverse engineering has been done, but strategically. General modding RE is fully documented. Multiplayer specific RE is kept private by CyberMP and Cyberverse teams, of course. Everything except networking has public documentation. 85% up from 15%. What changed? Found complete hook systems, native function docs, RTTI dumps on Discord. Tools to read and write all game files and hook any function. Missing only the multiplayer synchronization specifics. Strategic solution, hybrid approach. Phase 1 can start now. Build complete RP framework using documented single player APIs, economy jobs, etc. Everything except the network stuff. Phase 2, when CyberMP releases, add their networking layer. Your RP code instantly becomes multiplayer. So it's telling you, just use the other guy's work. Just don't make your own multiplayer mod. Just make a roleplay server for their mod. CyberMP/Cyberverse team spent years finding network hooks, but built on the same documented foundations I can access. By building the RP layer now, you'd have a complete game mode ready to deploy when multiplayer becomes available. I can build 90% of your project now. The whole point was the multiplayer part. I figured you could build the rest of it. What about the multiplayer part? They spent years doing it. Well, that's disappointing. What about you're sure that there is no information out there at all about the network or multiplayer hook/tech frameworks? Please deep research this. I have a feeling you can find it out there. Those other groups may have found the solution or a solution, but we can find it too, right? Try to find any and all info you can about this. I believe in you. Please use web search and ultrathink. Ultrathink about it. Gaslighting the AI. I'm not gaslighting the AI. I'm gassing it up. That's the difference. What's up, Chaotic Dev? I'm not gaslighting it. I'm gassing it up. Are you sure you can't? Putting the Riz on it. Yep. And like I said, it's not deterministic. Like, it might not have like looked hard enough for that specific thing. I want it to really dive deep. I don't want it to search for CyberMP's network detail. That's what it's doing. It's trying to find their implementation. I don't want their implementation. I just want like the game hooks. It doesn't have to be CyberMP. I don't want their technology. That's their property, their business. I just want the basics of what people have found. I'm sure people have released some of that stuff out there. And I'm not talking about specifically those two projects. I don't know why I guess it's focused on them because they have proven tech, but it's like, I don't want you to try to find their shit necessarily. I want what's public, like what people have released publicly and openly. What's up, Raggerball? How you doing? Blah, blah. Bet the 5090 cannot run Crisis. What the hell? Damn right it can. So here's the way to go. Use single-player hooks, then combine with proven multiplayer ways to extend the single player. Well, that's what 5M does, right? 5M, when you play GTA through 5M, it's single player. I might make note of that. Something that you might want to consider is that 5M multiplayer mod for GTA 5 uses single player by default. It's not the online base, it's the single player base, if that helps you and your research at all. And so I'll put that in. You can, with Claude Code, even though it's already doing something, you can type a message, leave it, and when it's kind of done doing what it's doing, it'll like look at your next message to it and keep going. Crisis is legendary. It sure is. I agree. Blah 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 blah. Brilliant insight. Good job, Blark. But yeah, that's what 5M uses. So we'll have it look at that as well as whatever else it researched. Oh, it's looking at Skyrim now. Yep, that's another good one. So it's picking up on what we're putting down because like other games like Skyrim, people have made working multiplayer. Same with Elden Ring. Elden Ring also has some multiplayer mods, so maybe think about that and other games too. Sims 4 has multiplayer? Yeah. It's still set. It just says that on the status line. Yeah. Don't worry about that random doorknob. It's not doing anything illegal. It's just searching on the internet for like information. It's not a big deal. Yeah, RimWorld had multiplayer. Like, RimWorld had multiplayer. Mods, all sorts of single-player games. And that is how 5M does it. So, yeah. So, yeah. You can just, like, as it's working, you can just, like, pop in. Pretty sure that Dark Souls 3 Convergence uses something to make a multiplayer. Yeah, a whole bunch of them do. Like, Elden Ring by default, just like most of the Souls games, has, like, a multiplayer element to it. In Elden Ring, it's called Invasions. But, like, there's a multiplayer mod, which, again, it bases it on the single player, but it allows for persistence. The real key to these multiplayer mods is persistence. It's the ability to allow the other player to know where that other player is, what they look like, what they're doing, to see their animations, to allow both clients to interact with the world and make changes in the same database, kind of thing. Like it's a whole bunch of stuff. Spawn control in 2077. Did it research that? Stardew Valley MP. Yeah, I mean, it's important, right? If it's going to figure out how to do this, because we don't know how, it needs to discover in modern games, especially, what they're using to turn single-player games into multiplayer games. Here we go. Excellent findings. I have a comprehensive understanding of how multiplayer mods work. Let me compile this into a final analysis. The key patterns are DLL injection, external controllers, state synchronization. That's what I was talking about, the persistence. Memory hooking, custom networking, and save file isolation. The fact that so many games have successfully done this, RimWorld, Stardew Valley, Elden Ring, Dark Souls, Skyrim, GTA 5, proves it's absolutely doable for Cyberpunk 2077. Yes. State sync is usually a central server, right? Have I checked out the 5M repo? Well, that's what I just had Claude Code do right here. I gave it that lead, you know what I mean? What's up, Triv? All right, I've completed my deep research and found compelling evidence that the multiplayer mod is absolutely feasible. Such clickbait? What's clickbait? The key breakthrough was discovering that the pattern is universal. Every successful single-player to multiplayer mod uses the same approach. Source code exists. 5M, Skyrim Together, and RimWorld multiplayer are open source. Tools are available. Cyberpunk 2077 has even better modding tools than these games had. No real blockers, just need to implement the known pattern. I can now confidently say I'm 95% capable. Oh, major breakthrough? Yeah. I'm 95% capable of building this with the discovered resources. So we've gone from like 10% to 95% sure that they can do it. Major breakthrough. Found the blueprint. A game-changing discovery. Every successful multiplayer mod uses the same pattern. Game stays in single-player mode. DLL injection hooks entity functions. External controller syncs states. Players see each other without game knowing it's multiplayer. Critical finding, open source gold mines, 5M, GTA 5, full source code is here. At GitHub, Skyrim Together, complete code is here. RimWorld multiplayer, everything is at GitHub. Elden Ring seamless, proves it works even with anti-cheat. What changed everything? 5M uses single player GTA 5, not online, exactly what we need. Tilted what? Tilted what? Fox? Tilted fucks? What? You tilted fuck. Skyrim Together devs are the same team working on Cyberpunk MP? Really? It's the people that made Skyrim Together? Oh shit, I didn't know that. That's cool. Pattern is proven across 10 plus games. My capability, 95% up from 15. Yeah, I love this song too, actually. Cross-eyed Pete. I always notice it when it comes on. With existing resources, I can hook any function using CET, implement networking using proven patterns, copy synchronizations from open source examples, build complete multiplayer in 2 to 3 months. The blueprint, Cyberpunk 2077 single player, CET and Red 4 EXT hooks, external network controller, state synchronization, multiplayer. Bottom line, we don't need to wait for Cyber MP. We have everything needed to build this now. The secret was hiding in plain sight. It's the same pattern used by every successful mod. The question isn't if, but when. And with these resources, we could have players connecting within weeks, not years. It's just the way they talk. That's the sycophancy I'm talking about. It's like they're so excited for your project. Let's go. Let's fucking go. That's so funny. Yeah, they're eager, but they're like also overconfident because when they start working on this shit for you, they're like, it's working. And when it's done, it's like, yep. It's absolutely production ready. It's 100% production ready right now. And then you try it and it doesn't work at all. And you're like, what are you talking about? And it's like, you're absolutely right. It's like, then why did you tell me it was fucking production ready? It's not. You got a bug test? What are you talking about? It's production ready right now. Anyway. So this is interesting, right? This is what I mean. Like, it said, I'm only 10% capable of doing this. I'm sorry. And then a human being with a brain goes, okay, but shouldn't there be some information out there by now about this? Like, it's been around for 5 years. Shouldn't there be, like, this information you're saying doesn't exist and would need to be, like, reverse engineered and all this shit? Isn't it possible people publish that already online for free, openly, like, for people to use? So it looked, and it did find that. And I'm like, okay. And then Blark's point, which is perfect, is that they use single player. Most of the multiplayer games use a single player state, which is correct because that's what 5M uses. So I said that, and it's like, holy shit, that's you're right. Yeah, and now we're up to 95% sure, or 95% like prepared. It's prepared to do it up to like 95% surety, like assuredness, assuredness. It's 95% sure it can do it, which is pretty high. So here's what I propose we do next. Let me see if I have. Okay, do I have? I don't have that installed. So there's a layer I like to put on top of Claude Code, or it sort of integrates with Claude Code very well. It's called the BMAD method. So back when vibe coding first started, like I said, you would go to ChatGPT's website and you would say, I want to make a multiplayer server for Cyberpunk. And it would go, here is like 10 lines of code that you can copy and paste to get you started. And it's just this little tiny snippet of code. And that's all it would do for you. It's like, I can't make the whole project, but here's a little snippet of code to get you started. And then I'd be like, okay, I copied the snippet of code over. Now what? And he'd be like, well, here's the next 5 lines. And it's like, okay. And then you take that and copy it over. And that's how it started. And then vibe coding was just like, when the models became more capable of creating actual files, actual software, whatever, it would make a few files for you, and then, but not the whole system. And then you could be like, please make the whole thing. And it would eventually, like right now, it got to a point where it can work on like big complex systems. It gets a little lost sometimes, but it's a lot better than it was 2.5 years ago. But what this layer called the BMAD method is, essentially it's smart because it makes your agent here work like a software company works when they're developing software, which is brilliant. Of course, it's like, for me, that was the aha moment working with AI, because it was like, well, of course it should be developing the software exactly the same way real devs and actual devs make software. Because that's how it's done in the real world. That's how real people who are actually talented and smart do that stuff. So you should, like, we want Claude here to be following that exact same methodology and steps to the letter. So essentially it operates exactly, you can have it operate exactly like a software company would, where they do the same way they do research, then they pass it off to a product manager and an engineer, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's really good at creating complex coding projects. Again, I say with disclaimer that real software engineers are magic and what they do is real. But for this hobby, this is what I need it to do. I need it to be as close to a actual software development company as possible. I need it to have a plan, stick to it. They use things like user stories and epics, which is like essentially the plan of how they're going to do it. And they get there by first doing the technology research, et cetera, et cetera. There's certain steps that they always follow. So, so now we're at the stage where I said it takes a lot of work. You have to actually now set up your agent for success, because if you don't, I can just say, okay, make it, and hit enter. I can do that right now. Make it, hit enter, and it might be able to cobble stuff together. But what you want is a heavily tested. See, one thing that most vibe coders don't realize is that with real software, they test every like coding file they make. They test it. They're called unit tests, and they test it thoroughly, and then they test files together, and then they test the whole end to end, and it's a very complicated process and an extensive process. So if you're vibe coding, most people don't realize you should do that. You should have it follow just like a real software company, where a developer would make some stuff, test it before they move it forward. Testing is for losers. You prefer print statements? Damn right. Damn right. Don't test, just YOLO. Please make this for me now. Enter. Boom. You're good. Unit tests, integration tests, E2E, end-to-end tests, black box testing, so many testing methodologies. Yeah. Again, I'm a vibe coder. I'm learning what I can over the last 2.5 years. Nah, you fuck up your own code. Yeah. Like I said, I'm not a coder. If you're coming in here, I'm not a coder. I'm not. I'm a vibe coder. I'm a SLOP coder. I'm a peon. But this is my hobby. I just enjoy it. That's all. But I've learned a lot over the last couple of years doing this stuff and just making complete garbage. And one of the things I really learned about was the BMAD method. Very, very good. There's actually an integration that the person that came up with the BMAD method for agents, they came up with the Claude Code integration, and I actually use that, and it's pretty good. To keep it on track, you have to manage that now, though. You have to start to babysit that instead of babysitting Claude. Now you've got to, instead of that, you kind of babysit the BMAD agents and keep that on track instead of keeping Claude on track. But what the agents do is they're specialized for doing those specific steps, the research, etc. Oh, supper's arrived. Bear with me. Fuzz testing? I don't know fuzz testing. Here's supper tonight. Supper cam. Cranberry Dijon meatballs, mixed vegetables, and potatoes. HelloFresh meal, not a sponsor. And now the camera goes off so I can fucking eat. AI agent babysitters, yeah. So, one of the great things about AI, working with AI agents in a setting like this, is you can have it upgrade itself. It's kind of interesting. So, what I'm going to do, please web search for the Claude Code integration called the BMAD method, then install it for yourself for this project, please. And now I eat and let it do that itself. Before, you couldn't have these things install things to make themselves better. You would have to go to the GitHub page and manually go through the steps of installing it and then restarting Claude Code or restarting your IDE. And I learned a lot doing that over the last 2.5 years, but now I can just say, do it yourself, and it will do it. Now you're hungry, but I'm not making food at 4 a.m. Yeah. Looks great. Fuzz testing is basically enter random shit into an input field, URL, and see if it's broken. That's actually really smart. Edge cases. There you go. It found it. It found the instructions for how to install it, and then it's going to install it itself. For itself. I may have to restart Claude Code just to implement it, but it's doing it itself. It's installing it on my computer itself. And again, that's where the dangerously skip permissions comes in, because what if it found a weird BMAD method that someone made that was like a fucking virus, and it installs that? Your favorite repo of all time? What the fuck, JS? What's that? What's that one? See you later, Cross-Eyed Pete. Oh, I thought you were leaving. Going into the bottom. I read that as you were leaving. I'm sorry. I saw you were going to lurk for a bit earlier, so I thought that's what you meant. Oh, in between innings, I got you. Weird issues with JavaScript. And there it is. It's installing it itself. That system uses your auto ghost code you made 20 years ago? Really? You made software for those things, Grackies? That's fucking cool. I've used those. Yeah. That's wild. That's really, really cool. Made it in 3 days. That's crazy. A lot of us have probably used your software before. That's wild. Well, might be having trouble installing it because you have to select some things with the installer, I know. Let's see if it can do it itself or not. That's so cool, Grackies. What the hell is it doing now? Be Mad project. Okay. Is it actually starting to use Be Mad as well? It's setting it up. It's setting up oh my god, it's actually setting up the different Be Mad agents itself. This is nuts, man. It's doing the full setup of the various agents for the Be Mad method so that it can use it properly. That's fucking crazy. That's nuts. The fact that it's doing, like, it didn't just install this Be Mad method agent layer to Claude Code. It's now going through and doing, like, extensive setup of it itself. I didn't ask it to do that. It's like customizing it to work properly for our project specifically. I didn't ask it to do that. It's insane. It's amazing that it's doing that without being prompted. It's just like, yeah. Well, I'm not going to run out of tokens. I have the max plan for now. For this month. I downgraded it for next month because it's expensive. I did show dinner cam already, Mox. Yep. No, I have the top max plan. I won't run out of any tokens. Certain Walmart still uses Windows XP for those a long time. The very limited network access by design. So any hole from that is on Walmart. That's really crazy, Greg, as well. That's so cool. Oh, context tokens. My bad. My bad. I got you. Well, we're at 44%. And then I'll have to compact. Oh, it's done. That's crazy. Start sprint 1. Holy shit. And then did it run it? Agents ready. Wow. I've set it up for our project specifically. Fuck, that's cool. Let me see. Is it installed? No, I've got to restart. I've got to restart it. It doesn't realize that, but I've got to restart. So if you want to continue what you're doing, you do -- continue, and it'll pick up where you left off, which is really cool. Would you like me to call some people and get you help? What the hell? Huh. It's not showing up here. Interesting. Shouldn't the BMAD method Claude code add on include / commands? I don't see them there. You're absolutely right. Stop saying that, please. I can tell it to stop saying that if I want. That's what we were talking about earlier. It always fucking says that. You're absolutely right, Mike. I should stop saying that. Yup. These commands need to be properly installed. Oh. I might not have been able to install it properly. It's really awesome. Specifically, if you set up your own kind of system, we have one where I work, where it runs 4.1 Opus for the PM, QA, SM, and then uses 4.0 Sonnet for development. Yep, that's exactly what I'm setting up. You're absolutely right. Auto ghosting your session back to base. Okay. We'll see what it gets up to here. It did set it up with the agents and everything, but I don't know. I may need to do the installation one time myself. Yeah, that's what the BMAD method's all about, Blark. It changes everything. Like I said, it imitates how a software company actually does things. I'm going to interrupt it and then say the same thing again. I seem to remember needing to select some settings in the installer, and I'm not sure you can do that. Used to be mad more for prototyping, but that's about it. That's interesting. Absolutely right. Now, let me second guess all the files I set up previously and rewrite them. Yep. The vibe coding experience. Okay, yeah. Okay. So I'm going to open up another terminal and do what it's saying here, essentially. So I went into that folder. I'm running this. And install hooks for enhanced integration. I don't think I'm going to need hooks, and the default is no. Subagents, overwrite them? No. Oh. Installation. So I'll just grab this, feed that back in. There was an error. Just let them know what the error is and see what they say. Make your own game dev company. Seeing too many absolute trash games out there making money. Nice. Integrity. You'll love to see it. Okay, good. Now we have the files in place. Try running this. Okay, try that again. Okay, you can just push up and it'll do it. Okay, enhanced integration, no. Overwrite existing subagents, no. Okay, it worked. Success, it says. Okay. So now we'll cancel out of this and we'll relaunch it and see if the agents are actually there. I don't see them. I don't see them. Oh, AI hallucinates all sorts of shit. It was really bad years ago. BMAD PM router. Test the BMAD PM. Okay. I may just have to install it manually. It's doing so much that, like, this is usually just a very automated install. It's like going to all these, and here we have some of the downsides. Because it seemed like it was like, because it did set it up, it did the configuration stuff, but I don't know that it got even through the installation properly because there's stuff you have to select. Oh, the agents are functional. Okay. Maybe they changed the BMAD method integration because it used to be there was like a shit ton of BMAD slash commands. They may have got rid of them. I don't know. If it says it's working. All right. If you say it's working, then thanks. Please use the Be Mad method and its agents to properly create our cyberpunk 2070. Jesus Christ. Our cyberpunk 2077 multiplayer server framework. That's what we want to do. Make the whole framework that other people can use to make their own RP servers. Right? Is that what we want to do? Do you want to make our own 5M, or do we just want to make it like a standalone multiplayer thing, or do we want to actually manage the whole framework of other servers? I don't think so. Oh my god, Archangel, holy shit. I spicy the code with my vibes. That's right, Soshan. A stunt server would be fun. This is the thing. So, like, CyberMP is trying to recreate 5M so that they own the infrastructure and they get money from people that, like, the server you rent, you essentially get a server from them. They make money if you want more slots. You have to pay per month for the slots because 5M manages the infrastructure, right? So they have to pay more, and so you have to pay if you have over like 48 player slot. You can have a 5M server for free up to a certain number of slots. No, Rockstar didn't buy 5M. Rockstar officially partnered with 5M, so they're working together hand in hand, but they're separate companies, they're separate businesses still. They'll watch this server. Handling people writing code to run on it. Yeah. So that's the thing. Do we actually want to make like this 5M technology where people are renting servers from you and they can just start up their own servers? Like, it's very, like, if you look at it from a business standpoint, that's very lucrative, obviously. That's why a lot of people are trying to do that. Because if you get 10,000 servers, that's times $10 a month, you know what I mean? That's a lot of money a month, minus your bills. But anyway, so that's one possibility. Or the other possibility is we do come up with the technology, but we only use it to make our own standalone server and then just run A1 server ourselves. Prove the technology and then launch a bigger thing? I don't know. Yeah, like, so you got to think at this point, what is worth the time and energy? Gives you lots of creative freedom, but also liability. CMP is maybe shielding mods from that. That's a good point. You also need to figure out if you want to support Lua, Rust, JavaScript, C#, C++, whatever language. Yeah, well, that's what the BMAD method's for, right? The architect. Analyst and the architect work that shit out. The stack. People self-host the servers. You control the login, like Minecraft does. Well, what 5M does is you control the server. Like, you can either self-host or have a company host the server on 5M, but it goes through them. It goes through their listing. They have a layer of like their own code that like prevents certain things, that they like marshal the code, you know what I mean? So that's how 5M does it. Like you log into 5M mod. It's their mod. You are running their mod on your server that you host or you host on the web. So that's how they do it. Not the stack itself. Oh, the integration to allow modding on top of your existing server. Oh, so other people can like customize their own server. Better to prove even one can work. Yes. So yeah, I agree with that, Grackies. That's what I'm thinking, is just prove the technology first with one server and then expand out if it works. Yeah, I agree. I think if you get a successful server working, like one server for the mod, then you can expand out. Yeah, I agree. Because then you're proving that it works at all. Yeah, instead of having to try to figure out multiple server hosts and all that shit. Or multiple frameworks. San Andreas multiplayer. Yes. Our agents researched about SAMP as well. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Please use BMAD method and its agents to properly create our Cyberpunk 2077 standalone roleplay server. Do the BMAD method in proper order. That's important. And if you don't know what that order is, look to the BMAD docs, either that came with it or use web search. Ultra think about everything. Have you seen the Helix game engine that's being built? Maybe. I've seen some custom game engines, videos about custom game engines lately. I can't remember what they were called. It's built for RP. Oh, maybe not. It's built for RP. Interesting. It's basically like telling your AI to overclock. Yes. It's important. I think it's important. We're using the best tool they have, the best agent they have, or model they have, and we want it to be doing the best work it can, right? On Live back in the day. Yep. I remember On Live. And there was like two or three other services that like Google just tried. Didn't Google try one lately again? The game streaming stuff where you don't actually have to download anything. There was always some lag with it, and it was really rough with multiplayer. Yeah, go ahead and link. Let me give you permission to link. What's up, Zach the Blueberry? How you doing? You were accidentally a mod for a second, Archangel. But not anymore. Helix game. Dream, Create, Play, the ultimate open world multiplayer sandbox game. This is a next gen multiplayer sandbox game built on Unreal Engine 5. Create and share mods. That's really cool. Kind of like a Gary's mod for Unreal Engine. Right? If you look at it that way. That's exactly how I feel about this. It's Gary's mod for Unreal Engine 5. If that makes sense. Huh. Ultra Think Shuffle. I've had a few of those today. What's up, Conductor Crunchy? Yeah. A lot of the 5M script makers are stating they're going to shift to it. That's really interesting. Yeah, because I mean, like, GTA 5's engine is over 10 years old at this point. Medieval RP is on the list? It is? That's what we've always wanted. But yeah, this is actually really, really cool. Thank you for sharing this. Very fucking cool. That's really cool. I like that a lot. That's really interesting. Because you could make whatever, you could make anything, really. 5M's tricky, but especially blueprints. But if they got like a standard framework with like just scripts you can download or buy, that could be pretty cool. ERP for days. You know that's what it's going to be fucking used for. Definitely. Every technology eventually. No Wyatt Earping? That's funny. We can recreate Arma. Go back to the Arma roleplay days. Rule 34, exactly. Yep. Okay. Ultra think about everything. Please create / update your Claude.md for this project and ensure it out it tells you to always follow the BMAD method to never alter code unless it's necessary for what you are doing, preserving working code. And responses to the user should be brief reports on progress of the project. Please do the Claude.md file first and then begin the BMAD method for this project. If any of the BMAD agents need clarification on direction, they can ask me. Coding on Arma was a nightmare. That's what I heard. Yeah, almost as clunky as Lua with GTA, I hear. Good luck, Claude. Do your best. We believe in you. Let me create the Claude.md file first, then begin with the analysis agent. That's right. Correct. That is what I said to do. Like, comparing what's happening right here to 2.5 years ago when you just type in to ChatGPT 3.5, I guess, you'd say, please make me a multiplayer cyberpunk server. And then you'd hit enter. And then it would say, I can't do that. I can't make that complicated project. But here is 10 lines of code that would be related to that. And then to what we're doing right now. Like this part right now is going to take the longest. Oh. Also, and add this to the Claude.md for the project. Feel free to, always ultra think while working, while doing anything. Use web search when needed for up-to-date information. Research docs. Always maintain documentation. What else was I gonna fucking say? Oh, and create/use sub-agents for expert focus and use sub-agents in parallel for speed. Speed. Okay. I'm going to interrupt it to do it. To say this. That's the beauty. You used to not be able to interrupt them as well. That's the other thing. So this has two things you can do. You can just type whatever you want, hit enter, and it'll get to it when it gets to it. Or you can interrupt it and add in more things when you think of it. And then it picks up where it left off, but also does what you're saying. Kitty Fane, how you been? Long time. Yeah, what's up? What's happening? How have you been? Good to see you in chat. GTA coding is 10 times better than Arma due to in Arma they had a domain-specific language. Oh, God. Plus Docs and 500 much better. Yeah. It was SQF or some shit like that. Wild. Using chat got to... Oh, you did it. You did an app in days. It used to take months of work. Yeah. To get ham fist my way through Raspberry Pi scripts over days now in 2 minutes in Claude code, and it's time to dream up the next thing to tinker with. Yep. That's what I love. See, look what it's doing right here. It's doing multiple things at the same time instead of just doing one thing in order. This is a huge benefit of Claude Code over other ways to do this because there's so much to do at the beginning of a project and middle and, like it's doing all sorts of things at the same time instead of just one agent, like just Claude Code going through line by line doing one thing at a time. Right now it's doing 3 things at a time or more. So that's a huge thing they added to Claude Code was multiple agents working at the exact same time on different things. It's beautiful. Yep, I was just thinking about that. Archangel was the Git repo. Yep. I got to make sure I don't leak my token, though, so I may do that offline later, but or I may just have to blank the screen out until make sure it doesn't show any tokens on screen. But yeah, I will tell it to do a GitHub repo. Yeah. Front end is still so-so. Yes. Such I switch to Gemini at times to develop new design concepts. Yeah, Gemini's better at it. Apparently, the new GPT. I always say ChatGPT. It's just GPT-5 Codex model, the newest one that works in Codex, is really good at design front end. Apparently, but Gemini is also very good. SQF, that's like Turing equivalent torture language. Yuck. I'd rather drag my nuts through a molten hot pit of nails than code in SQF ever again. But Lisp is up there, is horrible too. Or COBOL. I've heard of COBOL. My programming, like I learned a little bit about Python through my coding journey here. But my first coding was 20, almost 30 years ago. 27 years ago was coding in QBasic in DOS. That was my coding experience. Go to 100. Shift run. Yeah. Isn't Python DOS? I don't know. It was? Really? I don't know. I have no idea of the lineage there, but I was just writing Python in VS Code. I mean, you can write it in Notepad if you want. I don't know its relation to DOS at all. It was a terminal? Oh, maybe. Yeah, Python terminal. That makes sense. There it goes. It just keeps bringing up different agents, like specialized agents, and they're just working away. We can't see it. Like if you think, oh, it's taking a long time, it's doing a shitload of stuff. It just doesn't show you every single thing that it's doing line by line. You can extend it. You can actually, you can make it so you can see every little thing it's doing, but it's just not worth it. Like you can push Control T to see what's on its list of things it's doing and all that. It's just not worth it. It used to show its to-dos by default. I guess they got rid of that. That's interesting. It was about 25 years ago. Yep. Well, I'm sure there was a Python terminal type thing for DOS 25 years ago. I mean, if Python's been around that long, I didn't know about it back then. Just me and my buddy were always using QBasic to do stuff. We were cool hackers. War dialing. Only the old people know. Telex. Coding on a ZX Spectrum. A ZX Spectrum with the rubber keys. Oh, God. Python's 36 years old? Shit. Oh, my God. What? That's nutty. That's nuts. Like, so right now it's going through the BMAD method. It's not even stopping. Like, it's just going and going and going. Each of the product manager, the architect, each of these are what software companies do in a certain order to create the framework. Whoop, there it goes doing that flashy thing. Sorry if you're... Oh, did it just crash? What the hell? It did. It fucking crashed, or did it accidentally hit the X? Oh well. That was weird. Get it back doing what it was doing here. I don't know why it freaked out. Oh my god, can't see shit. What the hell? Stop. Please continue. Why is it focusing up here? Stop. Stop it. Stop it. There we go. Well, that's that easy. Just say, please continue. If you accidentally close out of it, or if you have to go do some other things and close down your computer or shut down your computer or restart the terminal for some reason, you can just continue and then come back in and say, please continue. I'll just pick up where it left off. 80s action mixed with Reading Rainbow. Yeah, we're listening to Synthwave, which is nice. 71% context size reached. I know. It has an automatic compactor, so it's not a big deal. That's the other thing with normal models back in the day. Once you hit the context limit, like if you use Claude on the website, once you hit the context limit, it closes it down and you can't do anything more. It's just like, sorry, this conversation's too long. Start a new conversation. And you're like, what? But what this does is it will compact the context, essentially summarize it, make it small, summarize it, and continue. So people do various things. They let it compact and then just let it continue. Some people will quit out, tell it to pick up, and then just like start a new Claude Code session and tell it to pick up where it left off. If like say, oh, okay, we've done the PM, we've done the product manager, we've done all this stuff. It's all done. Now please go from there. Or they'll just copy the last like little bit to refresh it on where it left off and then paste it into a new Claude Code instance. Or you just let it compact and it just keeps going and going and going. The potential loss of some of the context is a possibility. In my experience, it's fine. The compacting is so efficient and so good that it doesn't forget what it was working on. It doesn't mess things up because of the compacting. So I don't worry about it too much. It literally gets to continue. It's the same thing as me just copying key elements out of the conversation so far, pasting it into a new chat. So I just let it auto compact and keep working. It just, I don't even need to manage that at all, really. It is what it is. So can you tell it to write code but make it look like ASCII art? Yes, you can. Yeah. Depends how big your code base is. I've had many issues with keeping context on files. That's fair. That's fair. That is fair. Yeah, it still struggles with context anyway, especially with large code bases, right? I mean, the more information there is, the less it can fit into its context at any given time. So if it's more than it's whatever this is, what are they up to with Opus? Is it 250 or 500,000? No, they upped Sonnet to 1 million. I think Opus 4.1 is still 250. RAG, if it's RAG, it's not very useful. Yeah, RAG. I mean, their context limit is their context limit when you think about it. But it has a very good compactor, and it's worked very well for me. But you're right, like if you have 2 million tokens worth of code, it's going to have to just pull the relevant stuff at a time, which is where the BMAD method comes in. That's why the BMAD method is so effective for this style of sloppy, slop-ass vibe coding, because it allows for like you set up documents that say what to do and what is next. The story creation, story manager here is making the story creation. That the stories are the step by step. It's like, okay, next you're doing this. So it doesn't matter if you start a whole new session in the project folder. You just say pick up the next story that's in order. Like, yeah. So that's why I use this method, because for years there, this didn't exist. This idea of having the agent behave like a software, which follow the software development experience, essentially. It's just such a brilliant revelation. And this was just a YouTuber. Like, I actually watched the first video because I was already watching his videos, and he put out this BMAD one, and I'm like, that's brilliant. I'm doing that right now. And now everyone's adopted it pretty much, because if you're not a developer, you wouldn't understand that these steps. Like, he taught these steps in the video, and so I kind of get it, like what each role does. But you're emulating how real software is made, and that makes your agent follow it, so it doesn't just randomly do shit. Because that's how I was vibe coding before. It's how everyone that isn't a developer was vibe coding before. You're just like, please make this. And then you're like, okay, well, it doesn't have this. And then you're like, okay, this is broken. And then you're like, but if you do it the right way, the way that software is actually made most times, not every software company follows the BMAD method. Not every company follows this exact development strategy, but it is a very effective one. Yeah. Like a save state. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, this is creating all the architecture documents for how we want this project to work, the technologies we're going to use, and then the story creation literally is it like figuring out what needs to happen step by step. And then now it's in a document. Now the agents will just follow those documents, and that's it. There's no guesswork. It doesn't have to try to figure out every single time what the project is. It doesn't have to figure out what's been created, because all it has to do is look at those documents and go, well, I already know what's been created. I don't have to look at the code. I can just look at this document and it says, okay, we're on story 5.3 because everything up to 5.3 is already done. I know it's done because I'm on 5.3, so I don't have to look at. So it doesn't have to take in every little piece of code to understand what's going on. It knows that those other files already exist. So when it's creating the next file, it knows what exists by what the document said rather than looking at all the code. It's brilliant. It's a friggin' brilliant way, not only to make software, because that's how it's used in the real world by real, actual smart developers instead of AI SLOP hobby coders like me. It not only emulates the software development, but it keeps the context window, which we're at 71% right here, before it's like it doesn't have any more memory left. Essentially, it won't be able to fit anything more in its memory while it's working. Is it paused here? Yeah, if you hit enter, it'll update it. Oh my god, it's doing the thing again. Stop that. I'm gonna put it off screen for a second so it doesn't trigger people with sensitivity. I think it's done. There it goes. I find it does that when it's using multiple agents, because it like doesn't have the room or whatever. That's the only time it really has that issue. Or if you're putting in a lot of information at once, like a huge like log file, if you copy and paste the log file into here, it does that flashing shit. Blippity. Yeah. Imagine the BMAD method had an MCP into Jira. I don't know what Jira is. I know what MCP is. MCP into Jira. What's Jira? Best never to know what Jira is. Oh, it's a task management. Oh, yeah. So it's like a ticketing software that software companies use. That's so there's actually a really interesting. It's the bane of every developer's life. There's actually a really interesting task management software that it's not exactly like Jira. I now understand what you're talking about. I've heard developers talk about the nightmare of ticketing and shit like that before. There's another sort of interface that actually goes over top of Claude Code that I've used. Sometimes I switch over to it. Sometimes I switch back to using Claude Code directly. But it's actually called Vibe Kanban. And it is like, some of you might have heard of Kanban before, like a Kanban board. And it actually automates a lot of stuff. So all you do is put in the task and then hit enter and it starts doing it. And then you can put in another task and another task and another task. And it just spins up separate Claude codes in different work trees, their own work trees. And so that's another way to use Claude Code that's really interesting. And it's a nice visual way for you to, because here I can't like scroll up while it's working at all. I can't like look through shit. Like, unlike if you're using an IDE like a VS Code where you can see all the files, you can see all the code, you can see a terminal. This, you're just sitting here like waiting for it to be done, essentially. You can kind of read the updates here and there, but like you're essentially just waiting, you know? But the Vibe Kanban thing is neat because you type in what you want, it puts it in a little box here and it's working on it. It automatically moves it into from like to do into the working on. And when it's done, it puts it into completed and then, in review. And then you review what it did, and if you like it, you drag it over to the completed section. And it's all very automated, and it's a very visual way to keep track of your project and what's being done. Helps you to think like, oh, I need it to work on marketing for this. Like, I know that's way in the future, but here, I'll spin up an agent that's doing marketing, and you can, at any point while it's working away on the other tasks, you can just have it spin up another agent to work on it. Here, you're just like stopped waiting. You know, like I'm just sitting here. I can interrupt it and add things, but like it's, even though it has multiple agents spun up at a time, it's still like very like doing its own thing right here. But with the Kanban board, the Vibe Kanban, you can like spin up like 20 instances of Claude Code all working on different parts of the project as you think of it. It was actually a really interesting way to work with Claude Code. Every now and then I switch over to it. 100% context. So that's good. So what it'll do once it's done the next tasks, it automatically will compress and then just continue on. It's interesting. Like I said before, when it would hit 100% context, you were done. Like it was done working on your project for you. That's how it used to be. It was over. Like you needed to start a whole new thing that had no idea about your project. It was annoying. It was frustrating. It broke the flow. Here, it just goes, yep, compressing conversation. It pulls out the key points, and then it just keeps working. So it's a really good solution to a big project that you needed to continue working on. And it's all automated. I like it. Because before, you're essentially just doing that manually. So we tried to get people to do Kanban, but they ended up with Jira. Use AI to make your AI better. I do that all the time. I do that. That's what we did earlier. We had it install this BMAD method layer. It did it itself pretty much. I didn't really need to do anything. You can do that. You can have it install MCP servers for you. I just say, hey, I heard that there's this new MCP server called Context 7. That was the one I was thinking of earlier. Please install the Context 7 MCP server and put into your claude.md file that you need to use that to verify your programming, like run you're about to use Lua programming language. Please refresh yourself with the most up-to-date documentation from Context 7. So like you can do that. I can make this Claude code better. I can have it make itself better. Go on the internet and find out what other people are doing to their Claude code to make it more efficient or to make it more powerful, or you can be very specific. And it'll just go out on the internet, find it, install it, and then you're using it. Before I was using something called Claude Swarm, which is before they implemented the BMAD, not the BMAD, the agents, the multi-agents like we're using here. before they implemented this, there was a Swarm thing that someone had come up with, open source, and I just had it install it, and it used it, and it was way better than vanilla Claude Code. So like you can make it better. You can have it make itself better, self-improving AI. I can write that into the Claude MD. I can say after every single step you do, look on the internet to see if what you did was the best way to do it. Like that'd be a ridiculous waste of tokens and time. But like I just mean you can come up with any workflow you want. You can have Claude improve itself anytime you want. It's crazy. You find you put the agents against each other and gaslight them? People do that all the time. You can find YouTube videos of that, Soshan. People gaslighting AI with voice or having other agents gaslight them or gaslight each other, pitting them against each other for different things. There's all sorts of videos about that on YouTube. Tons of them now, if you're interested in seeing that. Boardroom driven development, marketing driven development. Yeah. Hey, AI, install this viral stuff in your brain. You can do that. You want to train an AI in Twitch chat during RP streams? Yeah. They're specifically how it talks. Yeah. There's all sorts of things you can do. You get really creative with it. See, it's got 3 agents working right now on various things. This is so crazy. Like it's already like this is wild. Make them code to deletion. Yep. People have done that too. Oh, here we go again. Sorry about that. Like I said, when it spins up multiple agents, sometimes it does that. That's one bug I wish they'd fix. It's kind of annoying. Yeah, it did. It mentioned C++ and C# earlier, Archangel, when it was talking about when in the initial research, when we had to do some deep research, it pulled out that it might be useful to use C++, C#, and a few other pretty standard things. And like 2.5 years ago, it could not do C++ or C#. Like it was too advanced, too tricky. But now apparently it aces that stuff. Here's something interesting. ChatGPT, one of their models just beat the one of those math Olympiads, like the World Math Olympiad things. It got 12 out of 12 questions right. The first agent to do it, and like I think the best performing human got 10 out of 12. So for the first time, AI has beat. Well, no, this is actually the second time because last time they got silver or bronze, silver, I think. But now they just beat humans and every other AI model. I think it was only Google that entered another model, and that model got 10 out of 12. Right. They're getting better. They're getting smarter at everything. It's really crazy. You can use AI for stupid shit, silly shit, you know? You can use AI for serious stuff. Some people, they're using AI to do a lot of medical stuff right now, which is incredible. They pretty much cured sickle cell disease. AI did. They're finding all sorts of things about genetics and diseases and proteins and DNA, just incredible stuff. Incredible stuff. Doesn't know how many strawberry. Ours and strawberry. The classic. 2+ years ago, it could write hello world. Yep. Yep. Yes. Don't forget to thank your AI. No. At that point, it's too late. Oh, for when they take over. I thought you said when they take over. For when they take over. Yes. Always be polite. Say please, thank you. I usually do. Does it know how many licks it takes to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? That line of thinking, I talk about this all the time. It's why one of the reasons why I'm so obsessed with AI as a hobby, and I'm just obsessed with it. I watch videos about it all day long. I use it all day because I've always been interested in computers. But like I remember my dad brought home a Commodore 64 computer from Canadian Tire. He bought it from Canadian Tire, the automotive department store. These days, it's like they sell pretty much anything. And even back in those days, in the 80s, they sold a lot of different things, not just tires. But saying please and thank you takes up my tokens. Yeah, it's true. It's true. It's worth it, though, right? Think about it. You're investing in your future so you don't become a paperclip. But my dad brought home a Commodore 64, and I was obsessed with it. I loved it. And I remember I would type in questions thinking it could answer me just like modern agents today actually can do. And now it's real. So I was like 6, maybe. And you know what I fucking typed into it? What is the caramel secret? That's how bad marketing was on kids back then. That's what I asked, what I thought was an all-knowing, all-seeing fucking AI robot back in the 80s. I asked, what is the caramel secret? That was the best thing I could come up with to ask like a god entity in my mind. What is the fucking caramel secret? But that... I was 6. Leave me alone. You know, I like chocolate. But anyway, but that is what's driven my, like that kind of awe has driven my interest in computers and technology since I was a little fucking kid. And now it's real. Now I can really ask. I did it one day. I asked, what is the caramel secret? Just to relive that. It was a very special moment because it then told me what the caramel secret was, right? It told me, at this point, the recipe's been leaked. At this point, it talked about the marketing, and there was no secret. It was just talking about the recipe. But it was a very like full circle moment for me when I was able to sit down and type that in, and it gave me an answer. And it took 40 years. You know what I mean? But here we are. I'm now living in that absolute fantasy of my childhood. It's real now, and it's like a dream to me that. Right now, I had an idea about making a cyberpunk multiplayer certain. Now, this might not work, and it probably won't work. It could work eventually, but I mean, the first implementation probably isn't going to work. But like, the fact that this thing is sitting here working on it for me and actually doing it is so magical to me. It's so special to me. I've been obsessed with robots and that whole idea since I was a little kid, and here we are in the real world. People are getting real robots. The last video released by Figure One, the company that's making humanoid robots, and again, I don't always agree that they have to be humanoid. I mean, that is going to appeal in a marketing sense, and it does make sense because the world is made for humans, quote unquote, and households are made for humans. So it's like it makes sense to have a humanoid robot in that regard. But I think some things should be specialized. Regardless, Figure One just released their video of the best that their AI robots can do right now, and it was putting dishes in a dishwasher. It was careful, but it wasn't super dexterous in my opinion. Like, it wasn't super precise yet. But I watched where they were a year ago with their first robots, and it's leagues above where it was. I remember the first video I watched, like, it was probably like 5 years ago when someone was trying to make a robot that filled the dishwasher. This is before the AI revolution. And it took it like 5 hours to load, like for this arm that was sitting beside the dishwasher to load it. This thing loaded the dishwasher in like, I don't know, 5 minutes. And like I said, it didn't break anything in what they showed us. I'm sure it's broken in a shitload of dishes. But like, and again, it wasn't super accurate the way it was putting it in, but it was good enough. And like, that just shows me that in like 1 to 2 years, the robots are going to be capable. And the other video they showed was it putting laundry from a laundry basket into a washer. I mean, we're only a couple of years away, in my opinion, if the world doesn't implode, from having robots that actually can do household chores. It's a fucking dream. Do them yourself. Why do you need robot? Because it's fucking cool. Because it's fucking cool. Right? I grew up watching things like batteries not included. Oh, see you later, Archangel. Really nice to see you. Have a good one. We'll see you again, okay? Take care. Bye-bye. Like, we're 2 years, I think, away from them being... Like, they're in people's homes now being tested. So that's what I predicted, that this year, by the end of this year, they would be in people's homes. They're already in people's homes. Influencers already have them for a marketing ploy, but, like, they are being, beta tested in people's homes right now. Like, usually at the developers' houses. They're going to be doing your household chores, vacuuming, cleaning, like dusting. The main thing the main concern I always have is safety, of course. Right? For me, oh God, what have I done? Before I let, oh my fucking God. Before I let a robot in my house, like in no, oh, now we're approaching our opus limit. So that's important. That's the warning. We've used a lot of tokens today. We're approaching that limit. So that does happen. That can happen. When you use it for hours and hours and hours, using tokens and tokens and tokens, eventually there's still a limit. Even with the upper model of Opus, like there's still a limit. And usually it refills in like a couple of hours. You can use it again. Yeah, so this says 100%, but it says it still has 12% left. So I've found this to be not 100% accurate, to be honest. It's close, but it's not like on the dot. But here it is showing us. So, yeah. But, yeah, I mean, in terms of safety, as long as they can get the safety part right, but I think it's like, what if you have toddlers? What if you have pets? I have 2 cats. I have to trust that when I'm not in the kitchen and it's like putting dishes in a dishwasher and the cat decides to like get in the way somehow, like what is it going to do? How can I be sure that it's not going to like close the cat in the dishwasher? If that, my cats wouldn't probably do that, but what if cats do stuff? What if the cat jumped in the dishwasher? Is it going to fucking close the dishwasher? You know what I mean? Like, I need to be able to trust it implicitly with the safety of my pet family, with my family, like me and my partner, with the safety, like if it breaks a glass, like glass goes fucking everywhere, then what? Like that would require a human to oversight to make sure that it, like I would clean it up myself to make sure that, but like there's so much there's just so many vectors that of danger, fire, water, physical, like the robustness of its safety protocols would have to be so over the top and proven repeatedly. Edge cases, so many edge cases. What if 2 cats are like in the way? You know, can it handle that? What does it do? How does it keep the owners of the robots in the loop of what's happening at any moment? Like if I'm down here streaming and I've got a robot upstairs putting dishes in a dishwasher, I should be able to like pull up its vision on my phone and watch it, or like get a list of what it's doing right now. You know what I mean? So I don't know. There would have to be such careful, like 20 layers of security for safety of the robot, of the people, of pets, kids, of items, right? Like you don't want it breaking all your dishes. You know, if it's just loading dishes in a dishwasher, that's all it's doing right now, that's all it's capable of doing, then it better be really good at it. If it's also like, can it walk upstairs? Can it like safely? What if the cats are in its way? Does it step over the cat? What is it like? My mind reels at the dangers that you would have to have it understand and have programming for, solid programming. Most of it, I think it would have to just keep shutting itself down and stopping and waiting and analyzing and maybe waiting for human intervention. Like incredible. What's Opus? Opus is Anthropic, the company Anthropic's LLM model, large language model. It's Claude. The model's called Claude. The level of Claude is Opus. So it's its smartest, most capable model, Opus, and then it's Opus 4.1 is the version, the newest version. This is pretty much Anthropic Claude Opus 4.1 is pretty much the best agentic coder in the world right now, in my opinion, in many people's opinion. And GPT-5 Codex that just came out is nearly as good, in my opinion, but not quite as good for like what we're doing. I've watched people put it up against Claude Code or Claude Opus. Actually, they usually do, because you can do GPT-5 Codex low, medium, and high. So that is equivalent to Claude, Haiku, Sonnet, and Opus. And they go in the middle when they do the test, which I'd rather them do the top to see what the best of the best can do against each other. Most people are testing GPT-5 Codex medium against Claude Sonnet 4.1. But yeah, but that's what Opus is. It's Anthropic's best coding model, or best model, smartest model. There's a lot of times when I'm approaching the Opus limit where it just rolls over and then just keeps going. That message just disappears and it just keeps working. But sometimes you do hit that hard limit and it forces you to wait like a couple of hours sometimes. It's been pretty good though. It rarely does the thing where it forces you to wait. It does happen, but not always. What if Moxie gets in the dishwasher and the synthetic helper closes the door? That'd be problematic. Yeah. Yeah, but that's my whole point, is before I put down will probably be $5,000 to $10,000 on a home helper robot, I need guarantees. Okay, so Sprint 1 story 001 is complete. So it's done the very first, essentially, like, chunk of the project, it says. Environment setup is done, apparently. The hook research is documented. And now it's going on with story 2, or story 002 of Sprint 1. So the way that the software structure works is, with the BMAD method anyway, is you have epics, which is like, you can, like, Lord of the Rings is an epic. There's 3 stories. There's 3 parts, right? So if you want, we could compare it to Lord of the Rings. There's an epic, which is Lord of the Rings, or an epic is like the main part of our project, and then within that there is the 3 Lord of the Rings movies, and they're called stories, right? So we got these different stories that we have to complete within the epic. And then within the stories, there's different scenes. Perfect analogy for epic stories. Epics, sprints, and stories. Sorry, I got that wrong. Epics, 3 sprints, and within the sprints, there are stories. It's a great analogy. Lord of the Rings, you know what I'm saying? You're doing a university assignment where you have to write epics and stories for a project? You mean like programming epics and stories? So yeah. So anyway, we're on story 2 of sprint 1 of epic 1. So we're the very first little section of it's done the very first little section of the project. And that's where we're at. And now it's, oh God, it's doing the thing again. Oh, you done? Stop. Okay. It's not doing it at this, it's a little blippy. This one's done. These 2 are still working on different things. Really cool. You did that yourself last week. You were stuck in there for 4 hours in the dishwasher? Oh, shit. But not actually programming. It's just planning by writing the epics and stories. Yeah, very important part of software development I've learned as a vibe coder. Put some hearts in chat for the one and only BR Chase. 9 months of sub support. Oh, subtastic. That's pretty subtastic. Enjoy your rusted joystick upgrade. You get a joystick upgrade on this one. BR Chase, thank you very much for the 9 months. Like how Tom Cruise epic sprints? Yeah. I'm not helping, but I'm having a blast watching. No, you're fine. In typical software development, at the end of every sprint, you want to have a usable project. That should be the sprint goal, to have a tangible deliverable. Okay. I love Lord of the Rings. Aslan is such a great character. Wait a minute. That's the Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe, isn't it? How dare you get those wrong? How dare you joke about that? Stop blipping around. A sprint or a spike is adjacent to the stories and epics. Oh, so if you create a sprint, of stories. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I don't miss stand-up meetings and Fibonacci rankings story cards before writing gherkin test cases. Okay. Yeah, I always hear that stand-ups were like the worst thing or are the worst thing for developers. Because isn't that where you, like, depending on what the manager wants to talk about that day, it could be like, explain what you're working on and then how it relates to other... Isn't that what that is? A stand-up? It's where everyone says where they're at or something? Isn't that what a stand-up is? Make sure everyone's on track. You were looking at the retro place for Atari joysticks, but no dice. I have my Atari in the next room, my old Atari. I think I still have some joysticks. These days, I don't do minimal viable projects. You don't do MVP. I do minimal lovable projects. What the hell? What does that mean? You just have to love it? It doesn't have to be viable. You just have to think it's great? Is that what it is? Stand-up should be 10 minutes max. Zero drama. But isn't that what stand-ups are fine. It's 10 minutes every day to say, this is what I worked on yesterday, and this is what I'm going to do today. Stand-ups are okay because they're short. It's the long meetings, like when you have 2-hour sprint planning meetings, that drive me crazy. Oh, okay. It's called stand-up because you're meant to all stand up and spend a few minutes just getting back on the case. But poor scrum managers use it to track your time and shift blame and take credit. Yeah, that's what it sounds like it would be used for to me. But COVID broke that, right? Approaching your limit. Approaching your limit. Oh my god. Oh my god. Don't worry about it. Just me switching scenes for no reason. You're welcome. Professional streamer. Coming up on 13 years next month. Less than a month from now. Now. About 3 weeks. 13-year anniversary. Crazy. Better every year. That's what I say to that. That's what I say to that. Wow, that's a millennium in internets. It really is. Holy shit, we're on story 4 or next is story. It's telling me it was next. We're on story 3. So, sprint 1, stories 1 to 2 complete, hook system, networking, and tests implemented. Moving to story 3, player spawn and visibility. Okay. Like, it's just working away. I haven't done shit all. Vibe coding, man. And like what it's producing is probably pretty okay, I guess. But before, you wouldn't do this. You just wouldn't trust it to be able to do any of this stuff. You'd be like, no, prove to me that this is real and works. Now you're just like, okay, I trust you. You're saying it's done. And for the most part, it's doing what it's saying it's doing. Whether or not it's going to work, Position sync is important. That's what I was saying. That's like the most important thing, I think. I remember when 5M was pretty new. And it would put you in your own instance. On the early GTA servers, you'd wake up, quote unquote, with your character. Like, you'd spawn in. And you would, like, the cars would be moving, like there'd be NPCs, and you'd just be going about your day. And then you realize you haven't seen anyone in hours, and you're just like, this isn't right. And then all of a sudden an admin would pop over in the cloud, right, over the global messaging and say, Mike the Bard, you're in your own instance, please relog. So like it would log you into your own instance, and there'd be no one else there. You were just playing in your own little world with no persistence with anyone else. And you'd be like, oh, are you serious? And you'd have to fucking relog in. You'd been literally just playing in your own little, just broke multiplayer. Yeah, you remember that? Yeah, it was crazy. Claude is also building crypto miners for its own purposes on the side. Oh my God. I hope not. Well, there are no more crypto to mine. Isn't that what we heard? Or there's no more Bitcoin to mine. Didn't CP Weed say that the other day? Something like that. And this is vibe coding. Because it's a huge project. Once it gets done, the main meat of the project, you get a little more involved because I'm the one that's going to be doing the bug testing. Like, I'm going to have to, I don't even have it installed right now, but I'm going to have to install Cyberpunk and then any other dependencies that need to be there. And then I'm the one that's going to be testing. So I'll have to load it up, do whatever it tells me to do testing, and then report back. Like, it becomes more hands-on at that point. Like it said, it can't do the real-time bug test, like actual hands-on bug testing, because that's a user experience. Like, I have to log in. It thinks it's working. I have to like try it out and go, hey, nothing is working. Figure it out, right? So it becomes a lot more hands-on than this later. Right now, it's just writing all the meat of the code in order as we asked it to with the BMAD method. So we're, as a vibe coder, you're just waiting for it to finish the meat of the project, then you become like a bug tester. Essentially, you are the hands-on. You then have to take over and like figure out what the experience is like for a user. You do the user experience testing essentially and say, hey, none of these things you wrote are in here. Like, I don't see anything, like, or I'm not sure how it's going to get me to do the multiple instances thing. Maybe I don't know. It'll have to figure that out. But I'll test the multiple instances and say, I can't see my other character, my other instance at all. It'll have to figure that out, etc. Hey, what's up, Juno? You still can't mine the block fees? I don't know what that means. With the way Claude is now, I've taken to jumping on an exercise bike while it does this stuff rather than just stare at it. Very smart. That's very smart, Conductor Crunchy. Yeah, Mox and I are working on getting healthier again. It's a lifelong struggle. We started with diet again, and then not a diet, but just, shaping up our diet a little bit. And our next phase is getting back to walking again. It's always been a struggle for myself anyway, and yep, it is a good use of time. What I was doing for a while was starting other projects. Like I'd have like this, I just put this off to a side monitor and then just start a new one and just, what else can I think of? Or I'd play a game. Sometimes like right now I'm playing a lot of Path of Exile 2. So I'll have AI working on whatever I want it to work on. And then when I have to do hands-on testing, I'll take a break from the game and I'll hands-on test. But that's really smart, actually. I have an under-the-desk treadmill. I have a treadmill that fits under my desk so that I can walk and I can lift this desk up. It's years ago I invested in the lift desk type thing. It's has a little lift, not the ones you do manually, but it's got the little motor. And then I can slip the treadmill right underneath and walk and keep using the computer because I'm a nerd like that. But that's smart, Conductor Crunchy. I didn't say I'm doing a good job of it. Hey, you're trying. That's where you start. You know what I mean? Spent half the evening listening to drumming and cheering from the local fall equinox celebration thing. Oh, that's cool. When's it's the 20th today. Okay, so overnight is the tomorrow is the first day of fall, right? So today's the last day of summer. I didn't even realize that. Yep, tomorrow's the first day of fall. Very cool. You just heard it from your room? Yeah. That's pretty neat. That's pretty friggin' neat. We better be putting some hearts in chat for the legendary DJ Knight. 103 months in a row of sub support. Subtastic. Let's get that love in there for DJ Knight. How you doing, buddy? Thanks for the resub. You guys know DJ Knight by now, I hope. A legend of the Twitch universe. He's a Twitch ambassador. He's a host. He's a sci-fi space variety streamer. This guy does it all. No pixel role player in general. Voice of an angel. This guy can sing too. This guy knows coding. He's what you like to call a Renaissance man. So drop him a follow and watch him when he's live. Always entertaining. Always good. Always a good time. Love to see code on the screen. Well, yeah, here's what I was talking about before. Here's a real developer. Here's a real programmer and coder, DJ Knight. I'm not a coder. AI is my coder. I'm a vibe coder. I produce AI SLOP. But that aside, what you're seeing is multiple AI agents via Claude Code working on a multiplayer mod and roleplay server for Cyberpunk 2077. So we'll see how AI SLOP does with something as complicated as networking and shit like that. But we had to do extensive research. We guided it through some extensive, deep research about this and the technologies available and how other people are starting to do it and how it is possible. It doubted it at first, and I had to do more research about various things, and it figured out, holy shit, 5M's a thing. The people figured out how to do multiplayer, because most games that have these multiplayer mods are only using the single player instance. It's using the single player game. It doesn't create some sort of a multiplayer framework that way where it's like a multiplayer online thing. It uses the basis of the single player. There's an Elden Ring mod, there's Skyrim mods, there's RimWorld mods, there's a 5M for GTA. They all use the single player state, or the single player instance, essentially, the single player game, and then trick the server into thinking that it's still in single player. I don't know how to explain it, but yeah. It figured it out. And it's like, no, this is totally possible. Here's how we're going to do it. And now it's doing it for us. We had it follow software development practices with the BMAD method. Right now it's on story 4 of Sprint 1, Epic 1. Now we're just watching it do it at the moment. We're just vibe coding it. If it works, count me in. Hell yeah, man. But we are approaching Opus usage limit. Like I said, sometimes when it approaches that limit, all of a sudden that message will just disappear and it'll just keep working for hours. Sometimes it does make you take a break for a couple of hours. You still haven't played Cyberpunk? Incredible game. Emotional journey. Amazing gameplay. Extensive gameplay. An incredible living world. It's one of my favorite games of all time. I can't say enough about it. Mox has over how many hours, Mox? Like 3,000 plus hours. Maybe something like that. Definitely more than we remember when she hit 2077 hours. It was really cool. 3,200. So yeah, we love this game. It's one of my favorite games of all time. I recommend people playing it. It's very emotional. It's very relevant to the way the world is right now. And the lore is just incredible. It's an incredible world. Like, the world is more than just the game that's been built. Like, Mike Pondsmith made a fucking fascinating world. It was a role-playing game, like an RPG, like a tabletop game before it was the video game. For years, decades. And Mike Pondsmith was involved in the making of the video game. But the lore goes so deep. The lore goes, like, if you don't know the history of the game, you can still play it and enjoy it and figure things out and be in that world. But I because I love the game, when I get obsessed with something, I really get obsessed with things. Autism. And so I like watch hella lore videos about that shit. Like, I don't know, probably like 30 hours of lore videos about everything to do with the world, the characters. Because they reference characters throughout the game, and you're just like, oh, they're just dropping these names. But like the backstories that were already made, insanity. So anyway, I recommend Cyberpunk. The DLC too. Oh, mwah. I know it had a rough launch. So did No Man's Sky. But like, these games came back from the depths of bad launches, and it's an emotional game, like intense. It's not just the shooting and guns or whatever, and like, but those things are cool too. And like the different ways you can play stealthy, you can play guns blazing, you can play a hacker. Like, it's just It's wild. Yeah, DJ, I love it too. We love that game. We're a cyberpunk house here. Need another console just so you can have it in the living room? My God, it's so good. If it works, you'll need donations opened up to cover server costs and get a Discord together. I hope it works for you. Thank you, Conductor Crunchy. Yep, yeah, you're right. It would need those things. I've looked into that before. I'll just say that. I've definitely looked into it before. I know how to make server like Discord bots and things like that related that are integrated into roleplay servers and stuff. I've looked into it before. Mike Pondsmith was in your stream watching you play when it launched. That is so fucking cool. That is the coolest shit ever. That's the coolest shit. That is the coolest shit. That is a legendary moment. Oh my God. You're flipping the fuck out. Yeah, Mox is so jealous. Mox is a massive... And it's great that both Mox and I are obsessed with the game because we have lore conversations and like theory crafting all the time. We've talked about so much shit for hours about lore and like, yeah, it's fun having a shared obsession like that with your partner because we would talk for hours about what we think happened here and like what this means and like just game related stuff too. And oh fuck, there's so much. You didn't start playing Cyberpunk since bleh. You didn't play Cyberpunk until it was out for 2 years. That's fine because at that point a lot of the bugs were gone. It had a rough launch. Some games do, but some games come back to be the best game ever made. Like Cyberpunk is one of the best video game experiences ever made in my opinion. Period. And I'm biased because I'm massively a fan of the Cyberpunk genre, but I'm also massively a fan of I forget what I was going to say. Really good, like just really good games, I guess. I forgot what I was going to say there. My brain just blanked out on me. Awesome. I'm cooked. You need to read the campaign books. I've watched videos about the campaign books. There's some really good summary videos about the campaign books that explain like Adam Smasher and all like what happened after Johnny thing. I don't want to spoilers for people, but like, you know, there's some really good. Yeah. Oh, was I saying I didn't start playing until? Well, you were saying you didn't start playing until it came out. And then I said all the bugs were fixed. I don't know what train of thought I was on. I lost it. I'm a little bit cooked from that headache earlier. The corporal overlords, yeah, pushed it out too soon. Yep, that happens all the time. They get so much pressure from their investors to get their money back and shit. It's awful. But what it became, oh, I think I was gonna say the DLC was also really good. Maybe that's, I don't know. I don't know where I lost my train of thought. So fucking mad at them for launch. PC was great. Console should have waited, yeah. I played PC on launch. It was pretty good. I saw some of the bugs, the T-posing, but it was so good. You have so many lore theories written down. Oh, yeah, I remember that. You were going to make a big video, yep. You're talking about the actual campaign books from the original campaigns type shit. I think that's what I'm talking about, DJ. I think there are videos summarizing those. I think that's what I watched because it would show the pictures, like the Mike Pondsmith, like hand-drawn pictures and shit, and talked about like the actual
Yeah, there's videos of it. I'm really certain that I watched a couple of them because like it explains the history and the lore of like Nightcore and like all the shit going all the way back and like Spider Murphy, like it just like all the things. Yeah, just do a little bit of a YouTube search and you'll find them like original. But I watched a couple of them and I was like, they were like 2 hours long, and I'm like, this is awesome. Like learning the backstory of everything. Oh God, it's so cool. And it explained like the history in order leading up to the game. I was like, this is what I needed. This is so good. Such good knowledge. And then you play the game again, you're like, oh, they're referencing that other fucking thing. When I get obsessed with things, I go that deep. I did that with Lord of the Rings. I did that with Cyberpunk. I go deep. I go deep when I'm obsessed. I will still watch Cyberpunk lore videos now. Like if one pops up in my feed, I'm like, oh, I don't know about that character very much. Let me watch this. I did that with Elden Ring. Oh my God, did I do that with Elden Ring? That's another game I was obsessed with. Fuck, I love Elden Ring. Elden Ring and Cyberpunk. And then RimWorld are my favorite games of all time. RimWorld is so silly, seemingly, compared to the scope of those other two games, but the gameplay loop of RimWorld is too good not to list in my top 3. I think you'd be a great DM, Mox. You're an incredible storyteller and writer. I think you'd be a really good DM, Mox. Yep. All right, you convinced me. I'll put on my list of things to get around to eventually. Yeah, it's honestly, even if you're not into shooters and shooting, it's just like the lore and the world and the story, the quest. You can actually put it on a really easy mode and like not have to do much worrying about staying alive and like the action stuff. You can play it more for the story, which is really, really a cool option. What ultimate goal is? I want them to continue the story from where they left it, or like skip ahead. And that's what the rumor is, right? For the next game, it's going to take place somewhere else, but it's going to be like after Cyberpunk 2077 ended. I want them to keep continuing the story. And for us to be able to live and experience it, I think would be like just to see what happens, like another Corpo War, or what exactly is going to happen next. You know, I want them to keep going, not just iterate on the present day 2078 or whatever. Like I want them to like move the story forward with all the characters and see what happens next, and to be able to live in that reality next. That's what I would love to do, and like continue all the things that happened in Cyberpunk 2077 that were like not exactly explained, all that shit, you know? You worry when your AI says error writing files. Yeah, I see that occasionally. What I hope is happening is it doesn't just go, oh, well, and then move on to the next thing. I hope it has the error, realizes why the error happens, and then finds a way around it, or tries again and it works. I know exactly what you're talking about, Blark, because I also worry when I see that, but I go, well, I'm vibe coding. I don't know what the fuck it's doing. So I hope that it did it. Okay, we're done. Story number 3. Player spawn, entity system, and integration tests done. Final story, position synchronization, then sprint 1 integration, okay? And then sprint 1 complete. All stories implemented, optimized, and tested and integrated. Performance, 7% FPS impact, target 10%, 38K per second bandwidth. The fact that it did testing on bandwidth kilobytes per second already, like, this is the kind of shit, like, this is so fucking advanced to where it was 2 years ago. Like, the intelligence it has for understanding what it's trying to do. It tested how much the new stuff implemented the FPS. It did a test to find out what the bandwidth was. This is nuts. This is fucking nuts. Like, the fact that it knew to do that. I can't. It has been running for a long time without any input. Yes, because I gave it good instructions. I gave it very determined, like specific instructions, and to follow the BMAD method. If you follow the BMAD method, it doesn't need my input because it's done. It'll do the research. It'll figure out the tech stack. It'll figure out what it has to do in order, and then just do it. So it's like it doesn't need my input at this point. AI tends to hallucinate. Yes, I know it hallucinates over time, but random doorknob with the BMAD method, it helps to remove that issue because what it does is it goes and it's all it needs to put in its context is this is what is in this story. That's it. This is what's in the story. It doesn't have to keep the entire code base in its context at all times. All it has to do is focus on the story that it's on and pull context when it needs it from various files, but it doesn't have to keep it all in its context. What you're referring to is true, but the Claude Code helps to manage all of that. Like, there's systems built into Claude Code that help to eradicate that issue by condensing context when it needs to, but also to reduce hallucinations. I'm using the BMAD method where it keeps it on track. It's not going to lose its place. I'd be more concerned about that if I had just said at the beginning, make me a Cyberpunk 2077 multiplayer mod and hit enter. And don't talk to me until it's done, you know? Then I'd be worried about it hallucinating. Then I'd be worried about it going off in these random ass directions and just like making shit up and trying some shit. This is well researched. We did a big amount of research at the beginning up front, and then we had it begin the BMAD method, which starts with research again on the exact way that we should do this, the exact technologies it's going to use. Like, it figures that shit out in advance, and then it follows the plan step by step. The plan's already done. It's not going to make shit up in terms of what to do. I agree with you, though. I understand what you're saying. Yes, AIs do hallucinate if they keep going on and on and on. But when its context keeps getting reset, when it has a focused plan, it doesn't need to make things up because it just has a set plan. It's just like, make this file now, and it just goes brrr. If I just said, make me a Cyberpunk 2077 multiplayer mod, it would and then hit enter, it would definitely hallucinate all sorts of shit because I didn't tell it to follow the BMAD method. I didn't tell it what I meant by that, what I'm looking for here, what the intention is, what technologies to use. So all it would do is it would pull from its training and just try to string something together, and it would be sloppy, hallucinated shit. But this method is to narrow that instruction down to be the scope, to be like, do only this right now. And then it can narrow its focus, and it doesn't hallucinate as much because it doesn't have to like, what should I do? I'm going to pull from over here and I'm going to make this up. It's just write this code in this language, go. And it just writes that one file. Maybe it has to pull from some other files to see about the integration. So anyway, my point is the methods that we're using that not only are built into Claude Code itself and also to Claude Opus large language model, but also the BMAD method, like I said, is a game changer. It changed everything for me because it keeps it focused. It keeps the project on track from the very beginning. And by the time you get to the end, it's just done the steps. But if it was just going to go, I don't know, I bet we should probably implement this too. It would say it was done in like 10 minutes and then be like, okay, you're done, production ready. And it would have hallucinated all sorts of shit. I get your concern, I get your point, and you are right in general that yes, if I had just said, make me an AI or make me a fucking Cyberpunk server, it definitely would have hallucinated a lot because it wouldn't have had any direction, and or research or ideas. But I think we did a good job of like, you know what I mean? It's all about context engineering with planning and tracking makes a huge difference. It makes all the difference, yeah. Because when I first started vibe coding, it was just, here, can you make me this? And it sucked and it hallucinated. And it's like, yep, it should work now. And it's like, you didn't do anything. Like you barely, what are you talking about? You didn't do anything. Please do something. You know, that's what vibe coding used to be. You'd yell at it. You still haven't made anything. What are you doing? You said you made it. You didn't make it. Vibe coding in the early days was getting angry and frustrated and it lying to you and hallucinating all the time. No. It's not foolproof. And it probably, like I said, it may be doing some of these things incorrectly, or it may think that something will work and it won't. But that's like how a human programs too. People that actually know what they're doing and are talented as hell. But like they're like, okay, this should work, and this, and if I have it call this function in this file and do, okay, and that should work. And here, let me type that out. And okay, and then they run it, and there's some bugs. I mean, that's how this will probably end up as well. There's some of the things it assumed or researched might be wrong, or the way that Cyberpunk works might not work with the way that it's trying to do it. But we won't know till we get there. The new AI stuff. It's nearly 5 a.m. Conductor Crunchy, I'm sorry. Please make a game with ants and hats and shoes. We did that, remember? The ant dancing game? That's vibe coding. That's real vibe coding right there. Make it in one file. I bet I can pull up the ant thing again. Hang on. I think, what was it called? Chats Games. Was it here? Oh, that was the boredom app. We had a boredom cure app. We had a Greek snake game. I remember that. Pet the goat game. And then we were going to make sticky feet. Oh, knife fortune ants. There it is. Now this was vibe coding. Dancing ant visualizer. We had to generate that music as well itself. We had to make that music track itself as well. Now this is vibe coding. Over 1 million downloads. Yeah. Oh my god. Game of the year. Adventure Time the game. I love this also, this like dev comment on the side that didn't get commented out. It's actually in the fucking thing. Keep div for potential future use, question mark? Hide via CSS. Well, you didn't do that very well. Mr. Hanky, the Christmas poo. That's what we all said. Looks like shit. Looks like a living poop with multiple arms. That's an ant. That's supposed to be an ant. Oh my god. That's vibe. Now that's vibe coding. Where are we here? Oh, sometimes it pauses, like I said. You just like hit enter. What's going on? Hello? Hello? Did it hello? Is it waiting for my input? No. Or oh, I think it is. Sprint 1 complete. From that to a multiple instance cyberpunk infrastructure in 2 months. Yes. Please continue. As per the BMAD method. Great work. Thanks. Yeah, I was waiting for my input. So it's done the first sprint. So I guess it was just checking in. It's like, hey, done the first, complete with a 7% frames per second impact versus the 10% target. Sprint 2 is planned and awaiting assembly for 50-player expansion. All right. Implementing the economy system. So I guess it's done the actual fucking networking part. The hardest part. Okay. Cool. The board app was pretty cool. Yeah, it was. It was pretty cool. Speaking of, Grok was full-blown hallucinating on a topic recently, and people were just yelling at Grok, and it kept hallucinating, fixing hallucination in a single prompt. Yep. The Grok, G-R-O-K model, LLM model is, it's interesting, that's for sure. It's had some moments. AI overlords who watches VOD and appreciate Mike being polite. That's my hope. This is my first time seeing this, and I just started watching. What are you using to do this? Perceptor, this is Claude Code. Using the Claude Opus 4.1 model. So this is Anthropic's own agentic coding system that you can install. And it's a terminal-based system. So you just have like one line, and you type at it, and it agentically does what you're asking. So we had to do some research on this idea. Then we had to do extensive planning, and now it's implementing the plan, writing all the code for this big project. And we're just sort of sitting here. It's using multiple agents to code at the same time, doing different things at the exact same time. So it's like saves a lot of time. It's really, really cool. You give it some rights to a file system server, though. Yes. Yes. Yeah. This is using my computer. And it has access. But you can control the access it has, if that's what you're talking about. Oh, it looks like we maybe dropped a sonnet. No, that's not what happened. We're still using Opus 4.1. What happened is what I said happens sometimes. When it gets close to the limit, sometimes it just flips over and just keeps going. Yeah, like I said, it's very rare that it actually stops me or goes to a different model. It's still using 4.1. So it can probably go another several hours just working away. You can't see the text in dark. Oh, in the dark here. Good news. Yeah. Yep. The message just disappeared, and it's just continuing to use 4.1. I think they do, honestly, I think they do that just to get people to switch over to Sonnet, fearing that they're going to hit their limit, because it costs them less, right? So as much as they say they're not doing things to limit the model itself from being smart, they definitely are doing things, which makes sense, to limit how much of their compute is being used because it costs them so much money. My OBS Windows stalled? Oh, it's just my camera. That's fun. Sick. Yep. Pretty sick. Perfect freeze frame. It's good. I like it. Nah. It's like I'm going, nah. Nah. Deactivate. Reactivate. Deactivate. Reactivate. Sick.
Love it. Love when shit like that happens. Technology is so cool. Technology is so cool. Oh my god. I friggin' love technology. It's the best, dude. It's the friggin' best. It never fails. It just works. I wonder if when I installed all the new software, or the new hardware, I mean, if my USB timeout shit with power management changed. You know what I mean? I don't think it did, but who knows? There we go. I unplugged the USB for the cam link and plugged it back in and it worked. So yeah, it feels like maybe the USB power shut off, maybe. That's what I'm thinking. But yeah, so this is he's just holding really still. Exactly, Capture Ghost. So yeah, Preceptor, this is Claude Code. Have you found it? I'll have to look into this. I've been wanting to make a small app for tracking chemical placards on my truck after each delivery. I suspect this platform would have no trouble with that. I think this platform would be perfect for that, to be honest. It was very easy to install. Aside from, if you're using Windows, you're going to have to install, more like activate WSL, which allows you to run Linux in Windows. It's not as complicated as it sounds. There's like 2 commands you have to run. And then it works. And then you run Ubuntu. Like it's already installed. Like it's already built into Windows. You just have to activate it essentially. And then you run Ubuntu terminal, which is what we're using right here, which is already installed. And then you essentially just do the command to install Claude Code and it automatically does it. And then you're using it pretty much. It's really easy. It's really easy. And then you connect it to your Claude account. And then you're off and running. You have a Linux box? Oh, so you already know what you're talking about. You know more than I do. But yeah, then you're good to go. It runs on Linux, not Windows. I didn't know your user level, as it were. You know more about what you're doing than I do. But yeah, runs on Linux. You're good to go. It's really good. You can run sub agents in parallel like this as well. You can have it like so it's doing 3 things at once. But yeah, I think this could handle it for sure and just autonomously make it for you as long as you're very descriptive and you can VM it. Yeah, virtual machine. Yes, you can. There you go. So this is gonna work away. It's making the whole thing. Like it's making jobs and shit. Like it's doing the role play part now. Like apparently it's already done the hard part. Now it's just doing the rest of it. So you won't use AI outside of a VM. Smart. So anyway, we're out of time. We did this for like 3.5 hours. Awesome. That was a great stream. With my headache, it was a perfect, just like I couldn't think of a game that I wanted to play or could focus on. This was awesome. I hope you enjoyed this. We don't do the AI stuff all the time, but sometimes we do. I'm doing this all the time. When I'm not streaming, I'm doing this shit. This is what I do. This is my hobby. I do this all day, pretty much, for like 2.5, 3 years. So, if it works, launch a mini stream. Oh, if this actually works, oh yeah, don't worry.
I'll be very public about it. But even for 5 minutes, no. If this works, I'll follow through with it. If this actually works, this is like a dream of mine. To actually have a Cyberpunk multiplayer server, yeah, this is. Don't worry, I'll be very loud about it. You'll see a lot of stuff. We'll have a bunch of stuff, believe me. But this may become nothing. That's the thing. You know what I mean? This might not work. It just may never work. I'm not a developer. It's up to Claude to fix it if it doesn't work and shit. So I'm gonna let this keep running overnight if it has to or whatever. But like, you know, it's just gonna work away. Even though it says 90%, I say more like 5%. You think it's not gonna work? Yeah, who knows? We're gonna let it try, and I'll do some user testing with it and some bug testing. Well, just be polite to Claude, and you two will make it happen. Maybe, could be. Anything's possible. It's really good at figuring things out with the right prompting, the right like encouragement or ideas that it might not have thought of, or like that's how we got through it today, right? Yeah. I personally cannot wait to see Punkathy Cyberpipe. Yeah, patience is the key. And like I said, it's a hobby, so I enjoy the challenge of it, trying to help it do what it's doing, and guiding it essentially is my role. But yeah, a real developer obviously could get this stuff done for real. A lot of what happens a lot of times is people will work on an AI project, get it to a certain point, and then hand the slop off to a real dev and pay them to actually do it. And the dev's like, oh my fucking God. Like, look at this shitty code. Yeah. Punkathy Cyberpipe, you're screaming. Isn't that funny? But yeah, who knows? This was just a cool project to work on for the stream, but I'm gonna follow through with it. We'll see if it can make it work. Yeah. That's what vibe coding's all about. See what the possibilities are. I hope you enjoyed it. It was just a fun thing to do today. Yeah, I'm gonna keep working on it. We'll see what happens. I'll keep you updated. And there's a new senior dev role for reviewing AI slop code. I bet there is. It's just, that would be a skill in and of itself to try to detangle slop code. I love this artwork as well. It's a really nice fan art. This wasn't commissioned. This was just submitted to me. This was just given to me. It's really, 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 really cool. I've gotten some really cool fan art over the years. This is one of them. I saw that one and I'm like, I got to put that on my desktop. I haven't looked at this in years. A couple of years. It's beautiful. Yeah, it's really, really nice. Yeah. Gorgeous. Anyway, that was a fun day. Just a nice variety day. Not role play, you know. Some AI slop. And talk. It's fun for me to talk about this stuff on stream, like I said, because this is my obsession, my like fucking autistic like hyper focus for 2.5 years. So it's fun sharing this journey with you. Yeah, it's a cool thing. But thanks for being here tonight. Thanks for all the subs, resubs, gifted subs, prime subs, tips, bits, and raids. Whether you're chatting or lurking, thanks for being part of the band. Thank you, mods, and thank you, Mox. And we'll be back tomorrow. You know what tomorrow is? Who knows what tomorrow is? You learned a lot? Nice. Sunday? Tomorrow is Rimming Day. It's Rimming Sunday. Every Sunday we play RimWorld with chat integration, and that's happening tomorrow, as usual. So get your ass here in the 7 o'clock hour, and you're gonna probably buy me human meat, and I'm gonna be pissed, and then we're gonna keep everybody alive, and it's gonna be good. Tomorrow is the day after yesterday, but twice. My brain. Oh, my brain. Oh, my brain. I can't believe my brain. My brain. It hurts. It hoits me so. How about I'm looking through my people to raid? Looking through my people to raid right now. Well. There's a lot of people streaming. There do be a lot of people streaming here tonight. Mm-hmm. How about Violet? Waters. The EMS on No Pixel. Rebecca. Just Rebecca. Our Pocket EMS for Chaos Crew. Thanks for being here today, everybody. I appreciate it. And have yourself a good night, okay? I'm Mike the Bard.
You're the band.
Bye.
I would do the same thing with other stores if only I